They tell you if you want to command an audience, you have to start with going shh, because if you shout above them, they just keep raising their voices anyway, so we'll try the shushing gently. I suppose, first of all, just thanks everybody for coming this morning.
Okay, good morning everyone, and my name is Anne Burke, and on behalf of the organising committee I would like to thank you, the many delegates, speakers and panel members who have travelled from near and far to be here with us for this conference today. I would also like to thank our delegates who are joining us virtually. We think we have a very interesting conference lined up for you today, and we hope you are looking forward to it as much as we are. Now, to start with, I would like to highlight some housekeeping issues. First, I would like to make you aware of the emergency exit in the very unlikely event of an emergency. So here in the main seminar room, the exit is behind you onto the corridor, and there are 2 exits at each end of the corridor. So one to the right as you go out and one to the left as you go out. Now, in relation to Wi-Fi, well, first of all, I would ask though that you have your phones on silent, if you wouldn't mind. But we would be delighted if you could tag us today on social media as we go through the conference using these handles. So with hashtag innovation, hashtag entrepreneurship, hashtag competing together, and hashtag ATU. So next I will briefly go through the schedule with you. So after the opening address by our President, Dr. Orla Flynn, we will have Professor Peter Kawalek, who will give his keynote on new models of disruption from 11:15 to, sorry, that's not moving on, apologies there, oopsie, there it is, apologies for that. We have Professor Peter Kawalek, who will give his keynote on new models of disruption from 11:15 to 12:30. Then at 12:30, we will hear about the research ongoing in innovation and entrepreneurship across the faculty in ATU. So that is spanning Galway-Mayo, Sligo and Donegal. So this session will be followed by a light lunch from 1:15 to 2 p.m. in the nurses' canteen, which is over in the main building, and it is a very short walk, and we'll have 2 student ambassadors, Jennifer and Emma, who will escort you there and back. The conference will then resume for the afternoon sessions at 2 p.m. sharp, commencing a keynote by Warren Bramley, who will give us a very interesting presentation on what happens when everyone designs, which will then be followed by a panel discussion. We will have an afternoon break in the afternoon at 3:15 to 4:45. So again, this will be a good opportunity for you to network, so there will be tea and coffee provided outside again in the main corridor. And the conference will then resume at 4:45 with an online presentation from Dr. Stephen Kinsella, who will give an economist's perspective on a changing world, followed again by a panel discussion. We will have more refreshments at 5 o'clock, followed by our last session of the day, where Dr. Isabel Conaghan will lead out a very interesting discussion on entrepreneurship in second-level education in the North-West Border region. So the conference will then close at 7:15, and I know you will all still be with us then. So with that, I want to wish you all a very enjoyable day, and I will now hand you back to our MC, Ivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I think you'll all see there's a fairly action-packed day, so we encourage you to kind of make the most of it and enjoy it, but also to think on the key 3 speakers that we have. It's all about what can we do better to make this region from Galway all the way to Donegal stronger and more innovative and more competitive. So again, we all in this room have a role to play in that, and we'd ask you to encourage you to kind of think about that as the day goes on. I'd now like to invite our President, Dr. Orla Flynn, who is going to kind of make a formal welcome on behalf of ATU. So Orla's been kind of fairly busy this weekend, where she was sleeping in Galway, just to raise awareness of those people sleeping homeless at the weekend, and now she's in Donegal to kind of welcome you all today. So thank you, Orla.
Dormagat, Ivan. Yes, burning the candle at both ends, I think, and the middle is what I've been doing this last while. Bhualam Fáilte, Criúla Corroiv Galéir, Madin Fórshaw. You're all very welcome on this very chilly morning, and I think the week is going to get a little bit colder, but looking forward to what is real winter. I'm really delighted to see so many colleagues here from right across ATU. We're about 8 months in existence as Atlantic Technological University, and many of you have heard me speaking about this before, but for those who are just joining us maybe online or who haven't heard what we're all about, Atlantic Technological University was the coming together of Galway-Mayo Institute of Technology, IT Sligo and Letterkenny IT. After 10 years of hard work, we were designated a technological university for the west and northwest region of Ireland. And the whole point of bringing us together was to act as one force for the region, of the region. And events like this are real exemplars of the kinds of things that we can do when we do together. I do want to salute my colleagues in ATU Donegal for being the catalyst for this particular event, but we are seeing other events right across the region. And one of the really uplifting things is to see colleagues from Galway, from Mayo, from Sligo and from Donegal at any one of our campuses, as indeed we have here today. This particular event really celebrates, I think, many of the things that we need to bring to the table when it comes to supporting the region. And if we look at the Technological Universities Act of 2018, it describes what we're meant to be, and we are meant to be that powerhouse, that anchor tenant for the region. We're meant to be a stimulator for growth. We're meant to be an attractor for talent and an assistant in helping to retain talent. The profile of our industry for this region is a bit different to the other regions in Ireland. So we're the northern and western region. So we also have the southern region and the eastern region in Ireland. And the northern and western region is really characterised by a significant or larger proportion of micro-enterprises and startups. And that's why this conference is so important, because of the focus on startups and supporting those emerging businesses, and I suppose also supporting and stimulating an entrepreneurial mindset. Because one of the things that an employer likes to see coming to a region, and we deal with the IDA a lot, but people, the workforce, the talent, the skills, that's all fine, but they also like to see emerging talent with an entrepreneurial and creative mindset. I think today's conference does focus on those two pillars of innovation and entrepreneurship, but it also allows a bit of reflection on the changing environment that we find ourselves in. And you might say, well, what's that about? But I've mentioned the Technological University being new for us, but if we think about the growing move towards digital transformation, the green transition, we have significant demographic change, we have globalization, we have Brexit, we have our renewed focus of both governments on the shared island initiatives, and really it behoves us to pay huge attention to supporting innovation, technological development, teaching and research around entrepreneurship, and also the public and private co-creation. And I think that the theme of today's conference, Competing Together, the title of today's conference is quite interesting. There's a very interesting lineup of speakers, as we heard earlier on. So welcome Peter Kawalek from Loughborough University, also based at Manchester University, and talking about new models of disruption. Very happy to hear from Warren Bramley what happens when everyone designs a bit later in the day. Those of you who were here 2 months ago at the Northwest Tertiary Education Cluster Conference would have heard David McWilliams speaking about the importance of creativity as a fuel or as a significant ingredient for entrepreneurship and for innovation in a region. And it's wonderful to hear the role of the creative and cultural sector. And then to hear Stephen Kinsella, Professor Stephen Kinsella, from one of my alma maters in the University of Limerick a bit later on today. And most of you will be very familiar with Stephen's writing around our economic development model. Appreciate there's many people dialed in today in a hybrid manner, and working in this hybrid way is just one example of how we've all learned to adapt and grow and change, particularly since the pandemic. And I know that we're just still on that learning journey, but hopefully today's event will give us a lot more food for thought, and I hope you really, really enjoy it. Since the conference is going on for the day, I'm looking forward to popping in and out. I'll be checking in on the live link as well during the day. I probably miss a few sessions. I know I have an all-staff meeting later this evening, and looking forward to participating in that as well. But for now, just wishing you all the best. Enjoy the morning, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Orla, and I think everybody will get the sense of ambition and purpose that we have in ATU in terms of driving that agenda. Now I would like to welcome Head of Faculty for Business in Donegal, Micheál Margey, who will introduce Peter. And Peter is a good friend to the ATU, and you'll hear all about him from Micheál.
Thanks very much, Yvonne. The first thing I want to do is just welcome everybody here today as well on behalf of the Faculty of Business at ATU Donegal, to our colleagues in Sligo, Mayo and Galway. It's great to see you all here, and to the other heads of faculty who work with me, Dr. Breda McTaggart and Dr. Seamus Lennon. Thank you very much. I suppose as I think about Peter, Peter has a lot of academic accomplishments. Everybody can check those sorts of things up on the web. But I want to tell you a few things about Peter as I tell you an introduction about him. Our relationship with Peter probably goes back to 2002, 2004, when we were looking at how we would create an innovative professional and organisational development programme that would really challenge creating innovation in organisations, particularly in the public sector. We trawled far and wide at the time, and we hooked up with Peter, and we learnt a lot from Manchester Business School way back then. But that gave us the foundation in the wake of really the closure of the Fruit of the Loom, about how we were going to regenerate our economies here in the region that we were in. We initially started off with the public sector. It had a wider agenda, but the public sector one was really on a shared island agenda. It was really way ahead of its time. And we did that in conjunction with the University of Ulster, and that programme still runs today. And then after that, we created a sister programme, which was for the private sector. Those two programmes that Peter was really a catalyst and a huge influencer for us about how we would navigate our way through those sorts of programmes in executive education and really get to the point about creating innovation by taking action, meaningful action. And I remember Peter saying to me at the beginning of it one day, he says, you know, Micheál, all these people coming on these programmes, you could give them their master's degree at the beginning, before they even started the process of study. And what he was really explaining to me was a parity of esteem between academic knowledge and practical wisdom. And I think for me, I'd really like to thank Peter for that. It really influenced me hugely about understanding, about knowledge, about taking action, and about making change and innovation happen in organisations. Those two programmes now, I think we're on our 26th cohort between the two of them, and we've over 400 participants and alumni in those programmes through senior and middle management levels in the public and private sector. So I think that gives a really good introduction to what Peter has really been a catalyst for and a huge influencer for us. And as well as that, he also gave us the confidence about developing ourselves as a school at the time to a faculty to where we are on that today. And the last thing, he's a really good guy, he's really generous with his time, and he's really humble. And I'd like to just pay that a tribute to Peter here today. He's been a huge influencer and a huge pal and friend to us. And just to close, I just want to say an acknowledgement for everybody involved. I work with a really great team. I'm very, very fortunate to Vicky and Tan and to the rest of the faculty and to Pauline in the faculty office and Aisling and Lana and everyone. I'm really, really fortunate. Thanks today for putting this together. Peter, it's over to you. Cheers.
process.
Right, thank you so much. It is actually great to be here. So thank you so much, and it's meant so much to me. I don't like praise, but listening to you, Micheál, I'm getting used to it. So try it again later this evening. Thank you so much. It really is great to be here, genuinely great. And on my journey here, I want to emphasise that every time I've gone back with knowledge from you. It's been reciprocal. Every time I've gone back with something to say to somebody that I learned here. This place has its own special chemistry, very special abilities, and as I've seen over these years, short years, very short years, as I've seen over those years, track record. You have your track record here. Now, we have time together this morning, and I again appreciate that because your time is special. It's special to me. And feel free to put your hand up and interrupt me. We can make this a little bit discussion-based because you've been generous with time, and I think we can afford to take some points as we go. We don't need to turn this into a kind of another lecture. I like to think that in my career in academia, I got my PhD in computer science actually in 1997, and my career as a kind of lecturer started at Warwick in 1998. But I like to think that I've never done a conventional lecture yet, so I'm not aiming to start now. So questions and so on we can take as we go, and also at the end. Talking about new models in disruption, and why should you be excited about this? Why should you be interested? Why should you go home this evening and talk to your family and friends and say, there's something important going on? Well, that's maybe something that we should try and explore straight away. We have lived in this strange world. We have lived in this strange world of constant and rapid technology renewal. I mentioned that I did my PhD in computer science, and in a way it was a fortuitous choice because it gave me a front row seat. I got involved with some of the firms, and some of the companies gave me a front row seat. I'd like to say it was a brilliant strategic decision, but actually it was just because there were grants in that area at the time. But if there'd been grants in, for Egyptian archaeology, it would have been that. It would have been a very different lecture today. But this term disruption, you hear it, you read it sometimes. If you pick up the Financial Times or the Economists and so on, you might read an article and it will refer to disruption. Markets being disrupted, firms being disrupted along the way. So let's begin to, in this discussion, figure out where that term comes from, why it's important, what it really means, and where it's going. Because it's talking about this idea of technological disruption, that we live through a kind of a process, a constant process of renewal, of change, of disruption. But it never sounds comfortable, does it? The more literary amongst us might be thinking, yeah, but disruption, is that what we want? If that's kind of a recommendation from a business school professor, is that what's being said by that? It's disruption. Is that a comfortable process? Anyway, new models of disruption. The way I've kind of figured the title, I've taken from Clayton Christensen, Harvard professor, and he talked about low-end disruption. So it's getting less and less comfortable, isn't it? If disruption doesn't sound comfortable, low-end disruption sounds, well, we need to know more. to new ways of working, which I think is a little bit speculative, but I think is where we are beginning to go now as firms, as societies. So new models of disruption, from Christensen's low end to new ways of working. And a picture of the Lloyd's building on Lime Street in London in the background, because some of this comes from original research that we did at Loughborough University around the insurance industry with partners including Willis Towers Watson and Lloyd's of London, as you see here. And there I have to acknowledge my colleagues, Alistair Milne and Chris Holland for their work in leading that project. So we will talk about, first of all, we'll talk about Joseph Schumpeter, the economist. We'll come back to Clay Christensen next, and then the ideas of high-end disruption, which contrast Clay Christensen's ideas of low-end disruption, some work from Joshua Gans. Then we'll have a look at fintech and insurtech industries, and then we'll be a little bit into some speculative territory, as I introduced before. So Joseph Schumpeter, that's working, but the font size is, it looks so cool on the screen, but for you it might be a bit small. But for me it's great. So Joseph Schumpeter is a nice place to start, and again, sort of thinking about how do I validate my time by giving you something that you want to tell your family when you get home in the evening, you know, to a way of thinking about what's happening to us all. A good place to start is Joseph Schumpeter. Harvard professor, I think he, I'm just forgetting, but I think he died in the 1970s and 1980s. But he was a Harvard professor through the war and quite a significant figure. And he was basically making this argument, which you might have heard, about creative destruction. You might have heard that term, creative destruction. And I'd say Schumpeter's idea of creative destruction prefigures and also it kind of encompasses Clay Christensen's idea of disruption, which we'll come to. But the term creative destruction was coined by Joseph Schumpeter in 1942, who considered it the essential fact about capitalism. Destruction is built in. There's something to tell your family, is that according to Schumpeter, when we live in a kind of capitalist society, then destruction is built in. A slightly orthogonal kind of challenge, that, isn't it? Not how we normally think about things, but destruction is built in. He calls it creative destruction, but nonetheless, destruction is there. Creative destruction refers to the incessant product and process innovation mechanism by which new production units replace outdated ones. For example, new semiconductor technology replaces older technology. Robotic production replaces standard machines. Or in older times, production line replaced the old craft shop. Okay, so what's going on here is he's telling you, basically, he's telling us, some people are going to win and some people are going to lose. Some good people are going to win and some good people are going to lose. Some good firms are going to win, some good firms are going to lose. This is the essential fact about capitalism. People are going to win or lose according to which bet they have made on, in a sense, where they have placed their capital, according to a bet that they have made about their capital. So, to elaborate this a little bit and then move onwards, when you think about a firm, you know, so a medium-sized enterprise in the west or northwest of Ireland, when we think about one of those firms, basically what we're thinking about is a combination of technology, skills and practices. Technology, skills embedded in the workforce and managerial practices that are used to organise the proceeding too. That's what the economists call the complementarities of the organisation, complementarities. And a firm will, over time, manage those complementarities such in order to achieve its best possible position, best possible outcome in the market at that particular point in time. more on that later, because that's a clue. That's a clue. Put it another way, every firm is on a kind of efficiency fitness regime whereby it is operating in a certain way to constantly compete in the market, and that's a clue. That's a clue as to why that firm will go out of the market, why that firm will be disrupted later. We'll see. So, staying on the main point, Joseph Schumpeter is saying to us, a central fact about capitalism is that there's destruction is built in. A particular business idea requires a specific set of largely sunk investments in physical and human capital. The value of these investments depends on a particular bet regarding the future match between tastes and technology. When the bet goes wrong, or when the conditions that made it successful change, companies often have no choice but to abandon their activities and to shut down. Home tonight, what have I learned? That there's a bet placed. We've sunk our assets in particular positions. We've made assumptions, bets long since placed, and they're going to constrain us in terms of our agility in the future. Schumpeter. That sounds a bit worrying. Conversation with myself here. That sounds a bit worrying. Should I be worried? Well, Joseph Schumpeter is one of the foremost authorities on capitalism. Maybe you should. This is a sort of inevitability, according to this kind of Schumpeterian view. You feel this reflected many times in statements made by policymakers, by the way. You feel that the kind of constant renewal of the economy is what they are after, what they have seen, what they have studied. You sometimes hear policymakers, the renewal of the economy, that's what we need, that's what we want, that's what must happen for the renewal of society. When you hear that, that's a Schumpeterian view. Yes, we can critique it, and we'll start to do so later. But when you hear that, you hear a Prime Minister, a Treasury Minister, you hear a senior policymaker talking about that renewal. That's Schumpeter. Creative destruction. Some will go, others will come. Christensen's work starts around about 1998, with a little bit earlier than that, but he did a PhD in Harvard on technology innovation. And he was kind of curious, because he was saying, why do some great firms fail? Can they be great if they fail? And this is what became known in the language as the innovator's dilemma, because as I've already begun to set up, the dilemma is that to be good, you have to make certain decisions that constrain your space, constrain your options going forward. So the innovator's dilemma is what Clay Christensen becomes famous for. He's basically saying that even good firms will fail if they get their technology bet wrong. Remember that language, bet. Everyone's making a bet, because nobody knows what's happening in the full complexity of the environment outside. And his study was on the disk drives in the computer industry. And I'm not expert on them, and the graph is small. But basically, he is saying that you get an expert company building disk drives for the mainframe computers, for example, and like these 14-inch drives for mainframe computers. And then that expert company is challenged and supplanted by a company providing, say, 8-inch drives for mini-computers. And then that company building 8-inch drives for mini-computers is challenged and supplanted by one building 5.25-inch drives for PCs, and so on, until we get to today's flash memory, etc. saying, well, why is that? Why didn't they see it coming? They were the experts in memory. The other guys were just a little startup, a little bunch of renegade innovators. Why did that small bunch of renegade innovators capture the whole market with their new technology? Why couldn't the big firm do it? And that's what was puzzling Clay Christensen. And he decided that a kind of key clue is that there's a kind of combination of the new technology plus a new business model. And that's a kind of key and very important clue. And the other ramifications that follow from that. But he's saying it's not just that there was new technology, but that there was a new business model. And that made the incumbent, another term to introduce here, the dominant existing firms, the incumbents in the existing market, those dominant existing firms, that made them blind. Because they might have had the R&D around the tech, but they didn't see the new business model. You know, the mainframe manufacturers could imagine and indeed invent new memory for mainframes, but what they couldn't imagine or invent was a computer that sat on a desktop. And that's what fooled them. So when they were confronted with more compact memory, they were kind of saying, well, what's it for? You know, we can't run the payroll function of a major firm on that. They couldn't see it. Because it's that combination of the technology and the business model that catches them out. This is what Professor Clayton Christensen calls disruptive innovation, and he kind of labels in terms of planes of competition, plane as in geometric plane. So he labels it as kind of a contest between two different planes of competition. And he's saying that basically, so this is kind of, in a way, a kind of key point in the presentation, is to say that we need to differentiate between two types of innovation. There's the innovation which is playing on one plane of competition, playing into the same market. In other words, a better kind of sandwich roll for the sandwich roll shop. There's that level of innovation. Or, you know, a better form of climate control in the automotive industry, that form of innovation, and that's kind of one plane of competition, sustaining the industry as a whole. And there's another plane of competition, which is to say, we've got something so different that we're changing the rules. And if you can differentiate between the two, the rule changer and the sustaining one, and you can identify these different planes of competition, you have a big clue as to how innovation is happening in any given market. So the new market disruption, basically, as we see on this chart here, is utilising different measures of performance. The desktop computer was an inferior computational machine compared to the mainframe. The mainframe, you could run a firm's payroll on it. The desktop computer, if you remember the old ones, you could barely run your own word processor on it. You know, you would have a good day. When I was writing my PhD thesis on a word processor, you know, like you could have a good day when it would power up in time. But sometimes it took so long to power up, you were on your first coffee break before anything. You know, it was great in that way. So Clay Christensen said, two different planes of competition. You've got to see whether you are sustaining the market with your innovation or you're challenging it, disrupting it. And where the disruption is happening, there are some very curious effects begin to play into the situation. So, drawing it more simply, what we have here is a kind of dynamic being described by Clay Christensen as one single diagram now, where the black line is your existing market. A kind of a case study is useful to me here because I think, I'm trying to remember, but I think it was about 2013, somewhere around about there, where I was in Munich at the BMW R&D labs. And at that time, BMW were quite openly, it was an amazing place, by the way, amazing, very interesting kind of knowledge culture, very interesting kind of organisation. But back then, BMW were saying to me on my first morning there that we don't know what's going on. We don't know what power pack to put in the front of the car. We don't know what software is going to drive the car. We don't know if we're even going to have a driver in the car in the future. If I'd have been there maybe 3 years earlier, they'd have not said any of that. They'd have basically said, we have a refinement of our diesel, we have a refinement of our petrol, we have the refinement of the valve cylinder arrangements on our petrol engines, etc., etc. Because the black line is indicating a kind of a sustaining market. And the automotive industry is a nice example of a industry that went into kind of a sustaining mode, really from Henry Ford until Elon Musk. It really stayed in that mode from Henry Ford to Elon Musk. Basically, over decades, it competed on the basis of, yes, we'll have slightly faster acceleration, yes, we'll have slightly bigger brakes, yes, we'll have a different kind of air con, yes, we'll have more leather, less leather, blah, blah, blah. But that was a sustaining industry, just basically competing to sustain itself. It was only later that it began to move to the industry we see now, which is a disrupted industry, whereby new technology was being played in that was altering the technology base and the business models associated with that technology base. So, in the general case, we say the black line is any industry that is in a kind of sustaining mode where the incumbents are competing with each other, with ferocity, with vigour, valour, some pain, some late evenings. Sorry, darling, I'm late again tonight because we've got to get this next release of this next product out. That's the kind of normal level of innovation. SMEs, major firms, all of them involved in that kind of black line. That's why Christensen draws it on a gradient to say the normal life in business is an uphill kind of slog. You know, you never rest. You're always on your next KPIs, your next product cycle, your next service cycle. You're always fighting. And by fighting, Schumpeter now, you are actually sustaining the whole industry. You are serving the whole industry by keeping it fit and healthy. So, the black line is that, and the red line, you intuit, I guess, is the disruptor. Because the red line is coming orthogonally from another dimension, and is another technology base, and is a kind of new product or service which is competing on different terms, and is not, in a sense, addressing your mainstream market directly. It's addressing it indirectly. It's doing something different. And what it's typically doing, and this is a bit of genius from Clay Christensen, what it's typically doing is finding a few people for whom that mainstream market is not that attractive. It's finding a few people for whom the dominant firms think they can lose them or they never had them. And it's turning them into a market, and it's using that to build its R&D, build its revenue, get better, flourish more, and then build a serious rival. And that rivalry, because basically the red line will intersect the black line, but from a new plane of competition, that rivalry will be fought on new terms. And so instead of fighting on the same terms, we're going to fight on new terms, and that's the idea of disruption. But along the way, I said there's a bit of genius in there, because what Christensen is saying how that kind of band of maybe unwanted, not particularly valuable, not key consumers are to the disruptor. So that there is this group which is shown on the right as there is the group of people for whom the dominant market is not that interesting, but the the new subdominant disruptor is very interesting. People who's basically saying, actually, I can use you, I like you. You know, renegades, mavericks, rebels, young parents. And let's have a look at an example that shows the key societal role of the young parent in terms of disrupting industries. First of all, it's a competition between technology and business model, but an alternate technology and business model expressed by the disruptor. And the famous case, which many of you might know, is, for example, the chemical and film-based image industry being disrupted by the digital image industry. And the mavericks here, I would argue, are the young parents. As the young parents, or the casual photographers, people who were happy to have some lousy little image on a lousy little Nokia phone and would use it to photograph young Phoebe O'Brien or whoever in the park and so on and so forth. They were the lifeblood of the digital image industry. And they were providing the revenue on a new business model, because it's just bundled with a phone, that allowed that industry, that technology to grow and ultimately challenge on a new plane the established chemical or film-based industry, typified by Kodak, for example. Challenge it on new terms, supplant it and become it. And so the effectively, if you think about the photographic markets, prior to the digital image, it was experts or interested people, hobbyists, people who would pack cameras in their bags to go on a walking expedition, photograph landscapes, wedding photographers. You know, I'm old enough to remember when at a wedding there was like one photographer. It's like the most radical and entertaining thing you can say to your kids now. They can't believe it, you know, one photographer. You know, they just think, what? Or there'd be one, and like there'd be Uncle Dave, who had also had his Nikon, and he would stand beside him doing this kind of thing. You know, I'm big too, you know, like this. But that's how it used to be. Now it's just click, 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 click. You know, now there's so many photographers, so many images taken, nobody wants to see any of them. It's kind of gone the other way. You know, everybody's trying to share them with you, thinking, "No, I was there. It's okay. It's okay." Kind of social change comes with this, actually. But so the chemical film-based industry supplanted, challenged by basically the digital image. So, some of you will know the story, because part of the beauty of the story is that Kodak, the ultimate firm that was ultimately disrupted by the new form of photography, invented the digital image. It's a beautiful case study, because they just thought, yeah, but so what? It's not as good quality. We create these really nice chemical images that sit inside these boxes and are processed in labs and so on and so forth, and they're really great quality. And by the way, every Hollywood icon since ever has been photographed with our film. Why do we need to worry about that kind of weird little stuff with those fuzzy images? If you remember those early phones, those fuzzy images, you're thinking, what is that now? Oh yes, a nice picture of you, darling. That's the duck. Sorry. It's a Nokia, you know. So basic cameras bundled to phones ultimately supplanted a whole industry and allowed the development of the technology. And an interesting point is to reflect on that company, Kodak. I think Kodak deserves a few moments of attention, because if you were to sort of think about the 20th century and think about great firms of the 20th century, Kodak would be there, wouldn't they? On every single dimension. Kodak, well, these were not fools. This was a brilliant company, a brilliant, socially important company. They sponsored every single Olympic Games, I think, until '84, when their big Japanese rival, Fujifilm, sponsored it, and I think that was in Los Angeles. So that was a real major challenge from Fujifilm, and that's who they thought they had to worry about. They thought it's us against Fuji on this big global contest. They didn't see the smartphone manufacturers at all in their window. But Kodak was enormously culturally significant thing. If you think about it, from presidents, movie stars, the Zapruder footage, every Olympic Games, through to every family on the planet, every family on the planet that could get near a camera at some point in its life, Kodak was it. It was the, or one of the acclaimable, brilliant business school cases. This is how to run a great international American corporation. Through the 1950s, 60s, 70s, these are the guys, 80s, 90s, 2000s, oh no, oh no. Suddenly, this thing comes down like the R101. This thing, when it catches the wind and it catches the spark, this thing comes down quickly because it's got made all of those bets in all of those positions. It's got all of that factory, all of that capital, got all of those positions. It's coming down now in flames very quickly because it's done that Schumpeterian kind of bet. It's made itself good by building new factories. It's made itself good by getting new distribution deals through new pharmacy outlets. It's got product tie-ins between film and cameras, etc. It's tied itself into a particular position. There are loads of stories like this. It's not just Kodak that enters the west and northwest Atlantic walk of shame. Many firms have to walk that plank too. Mainframe companies destroyed by PCs. Famous cases again, Blockbuster tackled by rugby tackled rather by Netflix and that streaming-based industry. Again, you can kind of see it. You know, you're kind of top of the game and you've built all of these stores all around the world, and then somebody's saying to you, you don't need those stores anymore. You've kind of got a dilemma, exactly as Christensen says. What do you do? We just opened our 1013th store, and now we're beginning to learn that we don't need stores anymore. What do we do? Well, I think what I might do is, well, let's milk it till the next bonus, lads, you know, because there's no easy solution here. So this is the idea of planes of competition, a technology that changes the rules, and the point is this role of this kind of grey line here. This is what the kind of genius point of Christensen is saying, that the new technology takes root in a kind of far edge of the market among non-consumers or non-consuming occasions. It's not actually that the new technology came in and converted photographers. Photographers could have 5 or 6 years of happily saying, oh, it'll never catch on, until they buy one, you know. It's this kind of competition against non-consumption is what the disruptor does. And a very interesting thing for you to think about then is that the implication of that, if you follow the logic through, is that the disruptor will always build a bigger market. It will come in through the low end, Christensen's term, and it will build a bigger market than the market is that it is displacing, disrupting. That's quite an important and significant implication. There are more photographers now, today, more people taking more pictures today than there ever were in the heyday of Kodak. It has kind of democratized an art form, if you think about it like that. And it's not just in Letterkenny that this is true, although there's much in evidence this morning. But there are more people taking more images, or more people watching more films in the age of Netflix than in the age of Blockbuster. And in the age of Blockbuster, there were more people watching more films than in the age of the Odeon cinema, for example. So the disruptor tends to build a bigger market, and in that way is kind of democratizing technology. It comes in at the low end, unseen, at night, finds its band of brothers and sisters, builds, and before you know it, the incumbent firm is looking at this world that has changed around them. Think about news media, for example. Suddenly they're looking at this world, trying to make sense of this world, and everybody's engaged on Twitter. You think, what's happened? You know, they've built something much bigger than the traditional industry. YouTube, for example, is far bigger. I mean, like exponentially bigger than the BBC ever was in its heyday. You know, the BBC never got anywhere close to the figures that YouTube will exhibit this morning. You know, we think about BBC as a grand institution, but it was tiny compared to the networks that we see today. Right, so to move towards some original research as we get through the kind of the points here, and again, by all means, happy to take some questions along the way. But Dyer and Bryce have said, yeah, that's good, Clay, nice work, Professor Christensen, but we've got a book to sell too, and therefore we've got a new idea that we want to position as well. So actually, the idea of low end doesn't tell us everything about what's happening in the markets today, does it? They say, actually, how do you use this idea of low end to explain the Apple smartphone, for example? Apple smartphone wasn't a low end innovation. This did something different. This kind of came in at the top and did this kind of high end disruption. So they're saying there's something else going on, and this is what we can kind of say, create as a kind of a alternative to the idea of low-end disruption by saying there's a kind of a high-end model too being developed by firms. That's really kind of you. You could see I'm struggling there. The rest of you just ignored me. No problem. So the high-end disruption, they're saying basically, you know, we need to elaborate the theory, Clay. We need to elaborate the theory because we've got this high-end version 2, and this is something like as significant as the smartphone or the Tesla, because the Tesla came in and, in a sense, out BMW'd BMW, didn't it? Because it was not exactly competing on new terms, not at all coming in through the bottom end. The Tesla was basically doing something that BMW buyers would aspire to. So we need another category which we can call a high-end disruption. And so, according to Bryce and Dyer, they're saying also recognise this, that firms in the modern age, especially these technology firms, getting better and better at this problem of disruption, and they're finding new ways to do it. And key to their idea about the high-end disruption is that you can come in with a pronounced set of product or innovative features and convince a market to move towards you, but because you're kind of constrained by going at the kind of top end of consumption, one condition is that you need to satisfy is that you need also to move down market fairly quickly. So you can come in at the top as long as you have a reasonably rapid move down market. And any of you who followed the history of Tesla will then recognise why the Model 3 was so urgent for them. Because basically what the theory is saying to you is saying, okay, great, you've come in at the top with the Model S, which is a big sedan that BMW buyers might want to buy, BMW 5 Series buyers might want to buy the Model S, and so on. But you're vulnerable to BMW because they've got this thing called economies of scale, so they can come in and get at you with something lower down and begin to, in a sense, enter the market and compete with you, unless you can move lower quicker than them. And if you know the history of Tesla, you know that there's this phase where Musk is famous for sleeping in the factories. Whether you like him or not, there's going to be a movie. So Musk is famous for sleeping in the factories, and so on and so forth, because they've got to get the 3 out. The 3 is more mass market. By the way, he's making sure it's mass market because he's got his people on the phone to the EU, to the President's office in the USA, to countries all around the world saying, this is green energy, you need to subsidise it. So get that price point right down to the lowest possible point, because if we can build scale with this, we're in a more defensible position, and we're less vulnerable to a kind of counter move by one of the incumbents. And this is what Dyer and Bryce are saying. So it's saying that intrinsic to a high-end disruption is a move down market. You can do a high-end disruption, but you must move down. And he's basically saying that that's why iPhone had to move, or Apple had to move, and bring in things like the kinds of phones I buy, like the 5C and the SE. They had to move down market. You get the premium one, and so on and so forth, which every year I just ignore, and wait for the cheap one. And the cheap one defends their position. And so that's a kind of an elaboration on the theory. Joshua Gans, very quickly, famous economist, he's saying, yeah, great work, Clay. Like it, Clay Christensen. But we need to also think about the way in which the dilemmas that are intrinsic to your theory are actually enacted out. And some of this is demand side and some of this is supply side. And a demand side problem is when successful firms focus on their main customers and underestimate market entrants with innovations that target niche demands. So they didn't see the young parent market as particularly significant. The reason why I'm elaborating on that is because, as everybody knows, when you're kind of packing that bag for the trip to the park, it's like nappies, food, etc., baby food, the counselling manual, like this kind of thing. And the last thing you wanted to be doing is saying, okay, where's my 35mm film, 3 rolls of it, and my Nikon, packing it in the bag, but your phone you take with you. So the young parent market was important to the disruption in the photographic industry in that respect. So a Kodak type of problem is that they don't see the kind of non-consumers, whereas a blockbuster, a supply-side type of problem, is when a firm that's been developing on existing competencies becomes incapable of developing new ones, because Blockbuster was locked in by its financing deals. If you know that history, they'd taken the shareholders had a particular view of the kind of return that they expected to get out of the firm, and they wanted a bangs for buck out of all of those stores, all of that brick and mortar, and they'd got that competency, they'd got those skills in retail, and they couldn't move beyond that into developing other skills, even though they had the cash to do so. So this begins to open up another avenue, which is that moving the firm, the small firm, the medium-sized firm, or the large firm, moving the firm is very difficult. Even when even when you can feel the arrows coming in the windows and people are taking you out, then even then it can be very difficult to make the firm react. Why modern firms increasingly don't even try. What we could discuss further is that modern firms don't even try to react. They basically, as we'll see in a few moments, build disruption internally inside of themselves. That's the notion of ambidexterity, two-handedness. It's like I was exhibiting it before because I couldn't open this with either hand. That's me, ambidextrous. Normally it means that you can maybe sign your name with both hands and say the ambidextrous firm is basically something that can innovate on both planes. And anyway, let me not digress for now. Into some original research now, because what we have seen by looking at, say, the finance industry or banking industry is that the model works. If you look at, for example, at the moment, and say fintech, many fintech startups, many small firms in fintech, it's those early adopters that you're seeking to find, those people who are not well served by the existing industry. You're not actually trying to pull Sally and Fred out of the Royal Bank of Scotland account that they've had for 40 years. What you're trying to do is find those people who are not well served. For example, international students, and you build a kind of payment gateway for them, or more likely something for currency transfers for them. You're finding those people who are not well served, and that's where fintech is building. Or DeFi, decentralized finance. Fintech is cool. Fintech is cool. It's a very cool topic, but it's got an even cooler sister. And this cooler sister is called DeFi. Actually, I might sell that one to Allan. His next child could be DeFi Musk. DeFi. It's got a ring to it, I think. I think if we can edit the recording, because some of my kids might be, one or two of my daughters might be requesting that name when they get back home. Just call me DeFi. It's cool. DeFi Musk. DeFi is the cooler sister of fintech, whereas in fintech, we're kind of looking at where we are with the kind of app-based world and so on that we kind of see today. But with DeFi, we're really taking out intermediaries at all when we're doing direct transactions from individuals onto kind of infrastructural systems. And these things are working and developing at a pace now, and they're finding those early adopters, such as, for example, I'm highlighting international students, because the remittances they pay, say students coming to Atlantic, students coming to Dublin or to Manchester, to Loughborough, etc., the remittances they pay on those transfers are exorbitant. And it's become a market for DeFi applications to develop. But what we are not seeing is a kind of a one-to-one fight. We're not seeing a kind of a Kodak versus a smartphone kind of thing, and we're certainly not seeing a kind of Blockbuster versus Netflix kind of fight. What we're seeing is like a pack of innovations happening, and we're seeing lots of small firms with particular positions in relation to, say, like a banking value chain, and these small firms are all competing from a particular position and seeking only to win a small part of the kind of the prize. So there are multiple profit positions for new entries, and so I would say what we've seen at Loughborough through our analysis, for example, in the insurance industry, is that this is kind of happening the same as before, according to Christensen's model, but like in multiple form at the same time. So that's why we call it a pack of dogs. This is not hunting by lion now. This is not the lion Netflix. This is the pack of hyenas. And the pack of hyenas taking down the prey by going at multiple smaller positions. For example, in relation to the insurance industry, we're seeing risk prediction AI, for example. It's just one part of the value chain. Or behavioural insurance, including auto and marine. So how you drive your car, how you steer your boat affects the premium you pay. Or back office integrations and more efficient processing from a kind of front office or app-based system. These are not trying to become insurance companies as a whole. They're just trying to have a small piece of the industry, of the value chain. And then what's interesting is that a company like Lloyd's has its Lloyd's Labs, because they realise, and they've read Schumpeter, and they realise this is the inevitable fact about capitalism, therefore we better join in. Because Kodak, they were good, weren't they? They were actually good. and we're good, and so they were vulnerable, we might be vulnerable. So the best thing we can do is actually join in and reform Lloyd's Labs. If you go in the lift in that Lloyd's building, it's a really quite a beautiful experience. I love the architecture, Lord Rogers, etc., etc. And it's a kind of but inside they've kept the furniture from the old Lloyd's buildings and so on and so forth, so that the ships where they had discussions over maritime insurance and this kind of thing, oak, wood things. But then they've got their yellow bit, and that's Lloyd's Labs, where all the walls are painted yellow and orange, and that's where they do their startups and so on and so forth, because they're going to incubate startups in there. Well, they do incubate startups in there, and they also invest in companies out in Shoreditch in London and so on and so forth, because they say if we're going to be disrupted, if we're going to lose a piece to one of the pack of dogs, we might as well own that dog. You know, we might as well be in the new industry as well as the old one. And so this kind of idea of corporate venturing and so on becomes key. So many examples in the insurance industry: Shift Technology, Zigo, Cover, paper per drive car insurance. It took them 5 minutes to think of that name. Marshmallow, more flexible car insurance, and Parcel, which is one I really like, which is sensors inside ship containers. So basically it's sensing the condition, say if it's transporting foodstuff, and if a temperature parameter is breached, say it becomes too hot, it pays out insurance even before the ship is inspected, even before the ship gets to port. You know, just an efficiency in the industry. So you're seeing a kind of a change in the structure of the market, in the way in which these things are behaving. And then finally, to come to the end, what I've related so far is the big picture from Schumpeter, the smaller piercing lens of Christensen, elaborations from Joshua Gans and from Dyer and Bryce. Then what we are seeing is that you're kind of having multiple firms engaged in disrupting a whole industry, multiple SMEs, in effect, disrupting a whole big firm. And then a little bit speculatively, and putting together different pieces of information, begin to wonder whether we are seeing a kind of quite a seismic moment in the role of traditional big corporates in society, and whether actually another 10 years down the line, not long, but another 10 years down the line, we might have on our agendas very seriously the decline of the big corporate as a form of employment and employment generation, and the rise of the SME. We know statistically that's happening anyway, but the rise of the SME, particularly SMEs using novel forms, you know, novel technology, novel ways of working, and new initiatives such as, for example, governance structures like sociocracy, or as Warren will talk about later, some of this. I don't want to entrap you in your commentary, Warren, but at least touch upon some of these things. Whether some of these things that are beginning to feel like they're on the edge, new ways of working in new kinds of firm in Shoreditch or in Dublin, or indeed on the campus in Letterkenny, Galway, or wherever, that these are actually becoming mainstream, and smaller firms are kind of here to stay. And because of low transaction costs, because they can all talk to each other fairly cheaply, you can actually build the same functionality as a traditional big corporate had out of 10, 20, or maybe 1,000 small firms. Do you see the change I'm kind of predicting? So I think new forms of organisation becoming a very serious conversation, and things like what we are seeing, like the world of social startups, are actually the early stage in a wave whereby the traditional corporate is becoming much more delimited in its functionality and usefulness in the kind of overall economy. So I'd say possibly we're kind of seeing a pack of dogs enacted around more focused, agile firms that are specialised and networked, high on transferable skills and high on technological capability. And there is a kind of revolution. And I would speculate that some things that we've seen, like the phenomenon of quiet quitting or the mass resignation, these things are kind of showing us that people are moving to new forms of firm, networked forms of firm. So finally, Schumpeter is telling us dinner table conversation tonight, destruction is built in. You are never going to live your life, never, in peace and ease, if you have a kind of corporate career. Because the essential fact about capitalism is that it doesn't do that. And the more you build new technological forms, the more opportunities rivals have to come and try and construct something that's outside your comfort window. So the essential fact about capitalism is that you have a sleepless night. They didn't say that when they recruited you. But Schumpeter is basically saying it's a fight. Clay Christensen, his classic insights continue to describe the modern economy. And remember some points that I highlighted, such as the importance of the non-consumers. Look for them. You know, if something looks like it's designed for hippie, ecological consumers, it might be a real threat. That might be the one that changes the game. You know, if something looks like it's designed for the fringe somewhere, something like that, then that's what the firms thought before. That's not us, that's for the fringe, that's for something different. The low-end disruption is very powerful because of that. And it's very powerful because ultimately, and a way to try and identify them, it's going to build a bigger market than you ever had. It's going to make you look small. It's going to make you look like you're a historic artifact. Oh, and by the way, you are a historic artifact because they are in town now. You know, and you can pretend and so on and so forth. But the game has changed. Something has happened. So Christensen's model remains very important. You will see it in things like The Economist. You just read an article, they will talk about market disruption, firm disruption. You will see that term used. It's become kind of part of the salt of the business world. Dyer and Bryce elaborate. They say, yes, good, but we need to understand it a little bit bigger through the idea of top-end strategies. And Joshua Gans points out how the dilemma manifests in different ways for different firms. It's a different problem for Kodak as opposed to the competency kind of model of say, Blockbuster. So then new models of disruption are emerging, multiple potentially interoperable disruptors affecting value change and profit pools in finance and insurance. That was just to get me a kind of a win in the business school Scrabble, that one. But basically what I'm saying is that I think there's something simple but profound going on in the sense that people can use new tech not only to get a piece of the action, but also to build a better work life for themselves. And that combination, we can survive and get a piece of say, the action in relation to fintech, DeFi, insurtech, etc. But we also have a nicer life. Because I noticed that my mum and dad didn't smile that much. Therefore, I'd rather be part of this cool startup where we do. That might be part of the revolution going forward too. And that's why I think there's maybe more fundamental social change happening. And we might then write the next textbook where we are talking about new forms of work, new forms of firm, because that happened without us seeing it on the curriculum either. That happened while we were looking at the share prices of the top of the FTSE 250. people actually formed new ways of working. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I had the opportunity to hear Peter many years ago, nearly 10 years ago, whenever I did the Masters in Innovation and Leadership here as well. But like yourself, it wasn't something I planned, but sometimes things happen at a point in your life and you think, you know what, we'll go for it, and it was probably one of the best things that I actually ever did. I always feel the better for listening to Peter because I wouldn't describe myself as an academic, but he always presents ideas that are of an academic nature in a way that I can actually go, do you know what, I understand how that relates to the world in which we live and how I conduct myself in the world and the world of work. So I think it's brilliant, and thank you for that. I think we're all a wee bit broader in our thinking about disruption. It's not just somebody in Silicon Valley sitting in a boxed room coming up with something brilliant and new. It's something that we all can maybe consider in our kind of day-to-day work. I suppose the things that I draw from what Peter was saying was it's going to be uncomfortable, it's going to be destructive by its very nature, and I suppose the question for all of us is, have we got the courage to create a space for that, either in our organisations or in our day-to-day life? And I think that's one of the things that comes across for me. And I suppose as a university, I think our role and our function is, are we gearing for that revolution? Are we creating people that are a wee bit are comfortable with actually challenging the norm that is there? So I think for all of us, either in our workplace or in our kind of social interactions, are we creating space? And the other thing that kind of comes to mind is, how do we give airtime to those disruptors? Because sometimes I know I worked in enterprise support for many years, and if somebody came in with an idea that I couldn't see a market for, I probably didn't always think that, you know what, there's something in that. Whereas sometimes we have to kind of give space for those things to kind of get ignited and kind of grow with that. So I suppose what we'll do is, if there's anybody has any questions for Peter, please do feel free to raise your hand. There's a mic, or have we left you with a lot of things to think about for the afternoon? Any questions?
This determines how I feel on the plane.
The one thing that I was thinking about, Peter, is the question around how we create that space. I think a lot of us that have maybe worked in big corporates or in big organisations, you know, the thoughts around creating the space for disruption can be challenging. Have you any thoughts on that in terms of how we could maybe encourage that within our day-to-day life?
You could extend the whole talk and I can stop for another hour now. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. The point being is that what Schumpeter is telling you is that it's natural for the firm to take out the very things it depends upon to survive that next disruption. Under that black line market pressure, Audi versus BMW versus Mercedes, etc., they get rid of all the radical R&D cost that actually is then getting spent in Silicon Valley. You know, so it's natural for a firm in pursuit of efficiency to make itself vulnerable. It's like you make yourself too lean and then the virus takes you. But the pressure of the market is making that firm make those decisions. So it wasn't that Blockbuster were dumb, it's just that they wanted to run a lean series of 1,000 or so shops. And they were competing with other retail outlets. And they'd actually encountered streaming along the way, and so on. So firms become naturally vulnerable.
Yeah, blindsided.
Blindsided,
yeah.
Yeah.
We have a question here.
That's it, you've saved my journey home. Thank you so much.
Credibility's been
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter, for the insightful talk. I have a question related to fintech. So, you know, if you look at fintech, it's like, you know, it's not totally what I think it's not totally disrupting the existing the traditional banking industry, because it's more of like there are fintech is the traditional banking industry is there is a market for them to serve. Like my dad, he's still not comfortable with the online banking. So can we say that fintech is going to disrupt or replace the traditional banks?
Very good point. and certainly in two ways you can kind of respond to that and say that traditional banking industry has learned to co-opt some of these techniques in its own interest, so they're defending themselves like that. They still have very notable balance sheets. They're very big in terms of capital and their revenue, etc. And in terms of customer service, certainly there are people who don't want to switch to the app. In a way, myself included. You know, I'm done with apps now. You know, I've had enough of them and so on. If somebody took my phone off me for another 10 years, I'd be a little bit happier. I think it's, you know, we've all done it now. But so you can definitely make a case for the line of argument you are expressing. But history tells us that the firms develop from one position to another one, and then to another one, and they grow under market pressure, and so on and so forth. And so I think that you are seeing further disruption in the consumer banking market, and service models beginning to emerge on behalf of older consumers or non-app consumers, such as through high street retail. So the ideas of bank branches of being, well, we don't need those anymore, we just need a nice friendly person in the post office, or somebody who can do some sort of processing over a counter in a shop. And so I think that we will nonetheless see, you know, and it's about the margins, isn't it? They might not take the whole of the balance sheet, but they'll take another percent, or another 1.2% out of the balance sheet, and I think we will see further innovations like that. And ultimately, if I ask myself now what my bank is I have a traditional banker, but I cannot get to a branch at all. I'd say my bank has become a fintech. There's that also that reverse movement. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like them. You know, I never thought I'd miss the day of queuing in the shop, but it feels quite nice. Yes.
Really very interesting. I just want to ask you a question about what happened during COVID. So I wonder what Christensen or Schumpeter would say about the utter disruption, creative disruption that was caused during COVID. If you were to try and coin a phrase or a term for that, what would it be?
Yeah.
Or,
yeah. So policy all over the world really responded to COVID by saying, let's not have a bit too much of the Schumpeter's about this, because we could get a whole lot of creative destruction. But I think Schumpeterian theorists would have said, kind of let that happen. You know, I think certainly the purists would have said, let that happen. Now, I'm not one of those, but when you get a crisis like COVID, somewhat paradoxical, but the firms that best invest tend to prosper best after. You know, in a sense, if you're the CEO of an SME and you're hit with COVID, then, or two CEOs, the CEO, she or he, who can actually run an investment campaign rather than just a cost-cutting campaign, is equipping their company for the future. Because if you think about it, asset prices are rock bottom. That's the time to buy, and therefore if you can go and buy those assets at rock bottom and your rival isn't, because they're desperately trying to manage their variable costs, say, then actually you're not only acquiring assets cheaply, but you're also supplanting your rival in kind of one movement. So at a time of something like COVID, if your balance sheet allows it, the best strategy is to invest. It's kind of somewhat counterintuitive because everybody thinks we've got to cut cost. But if your balance sheet would allow it, then you will win the future if you invest. And I think that's the point that Schumpeter is trying to make, is basically saying that actually what you tend to do when you have the depression, the overall rate of innovation in the economy declines. So you go through the depression, the rate of innovation in the economy declines, and his concern about governments supporting firms, remember he's an economist, so he's not fully human, you know. So his concern would be that actually then what you are doing is protecting a lot of firms that, in a sense, are at the point of failure anyway, and you're postponing that decision. So what you then do is you lengthen if you take the lowered rate of innovation through COVID and you put in support for firms, you tend to lengthen that, and it tends to then come back later. And people make arguments about Japan. Japan, through its crisis in the 1990s, tried to support firms, but then found that innovation never came back. So I don't buy that really, because I think the economy sits inside a social system, and there's things called jobs, mummies and daddies and children, and that kind of thing. So I personally don't buy that, but a Schumpeterian pure point of view, I think, would say, let it happen.
There's one wee question here at the front, Gabriella, if you want to.
Thank you for your talk, very interesting. I suppose I'm one of those non-humans that you were mentioning before.
Oh. you told
I should have warned you. I know. I was just wondering about your the high-end disruption and that quick move to conquer the bottom that you were talking before. And I was just wondering, is that just a price signalling exercise, or is there more to it? And I'm sorry because I come from a different angle here, but it's just about price and cost saving and price signalling, or is there something else?
Yeah, I think it's to bring the revenue into the company, and at the end of the day, that you've got sufficient revenue to support your future R&D costs and keep the product moving forward. And I think it is then largely determined by going in at a lower price point, so you basically get more cash in the front door. Yeah, that's simple, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Recovered well from that. That was okay. Thank you, and thank you for your questions again. And there'll be a chance to speak to Peter later on in the day too, if anybody has anything that, do grab him and chat away. This is another kind of highlight of the event today, and the fact that we have representation from across the university, from Galway-Mayo, Sligo and Donegal. And I suppose the objective of this was that sometimes it's hard to give visibility to all the good work that's actually been done to kind of our external stakeholders. And we as a university are very conscious of the fact that we want to build that entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial mindset in our students, not just for this fact that we want to make them kind of better citizens that go into the world and are ready to solve the problems that need to be solved, but also from a point of view that we might encourage some of them to start up and develop their own kind of business. So what I'll do is I'll call up our first kind of three representation. Can I have Dr. Gabriella Gleiga, and Allan Kelly and Dr. Isabel Conaghan. Gabriella, sorry, apologies, I misnamed somebody earlier on. Getting used to all of us. Your slides are here. If anybody else wants to take a seat, you're welcome to sit, or you're happy to stand. This is like reading at Mass. These are all to take place. And if you want to, do a wee clicker here.
I just have one slide here.
Okay. Here we are, Gabriella. And we have a kind of short burst of this, and there'll be opportunity for some questions and answers afterwards. Where you go.
Perfect. Thank you, and thank you to the organizers for this wonderful event. I think as we were listening to Peter, we were all thinking, how do we follow that? So here we are. I'm from ATU Galway, and I thought today I would talk to you about my main research area, which is entrepreneurial marketing. And this is from a study that there is a paper that was just published recently, and the context is the resource constraint firm. And basically the micro, small, medium enterprise that has very limited marketing budget, very limited marketing resources, and oftentimes the entrepreneur is at the center of marketing decision making. And the theoretical lens was network theory and entrepreneurial marketing. So in simple terms, we wanted to unfold this idea of resource leveraging. So how entrepreneurs use their networks to build their resources and develop their marketing capabilities. The methodology was a case study-based qualitative interviewing with 28 entrepreneurs. And the data indicates that that entrepreneurs use their networks to get these resources, which can be informational, reputational, knowledge resources, and they combine this with their internal resources to develop marketing capabilities, and in this way to compete. And it is quite obvious that they are very deliberate in these processes. It's not an effectual process. They have to have intent and purpose in the way they extract resources continuously, and that has to be in the back of their mind as they're doing it. So overall, I think it aligns very well with this idea of competing together today. Entrepreneurs really need this together to gather these resources that they don't have and compete in the market. And overall, it's very much this idea that it's not enough to be entrepreneurial in terms of being innovative and proactive and taking risks, but they also have to be very marketing oriented and continuously place the customer at the center of what they do. So be very customer intense, always thinking about value creation. And that is it.
Thank you. Perfectly timed. And now we have Allan, if you want to come on ahead. Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. And there's a wee timer there just to help us keep you on track as well.
Folks, I was given one slide, so I put everything I could fit into it.
It's efficiency.
I couldn't even put my name in there. I'll just give you a second actually to look at it because you won't listen to me otherwise. And yes, that is a foot on the bottom right corner. I'll get to that. I want to look at digital customer experience, and really it's to do with marketing automation that's going to help us to get there. I suppose if I explain where it's coming from, it might help us as well. So we have, initially an awful lot of marketing automation would have started from the kind of sales side and would have been customer relationship management really. And predominantly email, because email is actually very easy to automate. And we get a lot of behavioural information that we know about our customers. So it's kind of progressed, that's been around for a while, and we're looking now from the customer experience side. And when it comes to customer experience, it's huge. There's so many aspects to it, we have so many platforms, and we talk about the customer journey, that digital journey, and trying to manage that and control it. So we're trying to bring automation into that, and that's really a newer aspect that we're trying to pull together. And where marketing automation is going, really, it's taken that sales aspect and it's pulling this marketing and pulling the two together. Because if you think of it, the customer journey starts in the beginning with their search, their evaluation, their awareness that goes into the purchase and post-purchase, and then we have retention and we have customer service. So we're trying to bring all that together, and if you can use a bit of software for that, if we can pull in all the analytics, it gives us a very complete journey. So that kind of explains where it's coming from, and as you can see, the adoption levels of it over the past while has really increased, and that's because the software is actually getting better and we're getting more information from it. There's a wide range of things we can do now. Like I said, we have a lot of platforms that we need to be looking across. So we have our traditional email, we have our lead generation, but we're also pulling in the social platforms. And again, there's a whole plethora of those. We have a lot of the smart technologies that are coming in. And again, it's analytics that we're trying to get here to build up behaviours. Landing page, campaign management, mobile, social commerce, all these new areas. So trying to get that magic platform to pull together is not that easy. And it's actually fairly expensive. And before we actually jump into it, it's important to realise that a lot of them don't actually work. And there's a number of reasons for that. There's some basic marketing, not segmenting right, not using your tools right, not knowing who your audience is. But beyond that, with any kind of digital transformation, there's a few aspects in there. And remember, we're trying to do marketing, sales, we're trying to do customer service. We have a lot of aspects in here. So where it goes wrong, actually, process, because you need to reevaluate how you do everything. People is a big issue here, which I'll come back to in a minute. Technology, really, you know what you're doing and what you want. The technology, in my eyes, shouldn't be a real problem. In relation to how to do this, there's a number of platforms out there, and of course, look, it comes down to money. To be honest, there's very expensive ones there. Some of you may be familiar with some of these. Marketo, nearly out of time, Marketo there from Adobe, we've Oracle's, we've Salesforce, but the ones I'd be more interested in, there's two that kind of stand out. Well, two that I'll mention is we have Sharp Spring and we have Constant Contact, if you have a look at those. But really my takeaway, it's a long time, and I've mentioned two of them. I have two takeaways for you. Number one, dip your toe. You wonder where that foot came from? Don't be afraid to dip your toe. And I'd mentioned HubSpot and MailChimp have great free platforms, but actually have fairly cheap starters. Now, they're basic, I'll be honest about it, but at least you're dipping your toe. And the other thing I'd say to you, it's that person, that human aspect again. It needs digital leaders, and that could well be you. And a digital leader does not need to be a techie, they just need to be somebody who encourages it, embraces it, and tries to help other people to do the same thing. So that's me. Thank you.
We'll reset the clock and we'll get ready to go again. We have Dr. Isabel Conaghan here from Donegal. Oh, just flip her up. Sorry, apologies.
Hi, how are you? I'm just going to give a snapshot of some of the live projects that we have in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation under DICE Labs. So really, a lot of our research does fall under how can we look at our entrepreneurial ecosystem and how can we enhance the region in which we are. Due to our close proximity to the border, obviously the shared island perspective is really, really important to us. So some of the projects that we are involved with at the moment, one's coming to a conclusion which we looked at entrepreneurship education within second level, which is obviously from a third level perspective. When we go to teach it, it's really important to see at what level is it being taught at in second level. So that comes to a conclusion this evening. Also, myself and Janine here, going into more detail, are part of the Shared Island Atlantic Innovation Corridor 4 million project. So we are looking at Work Package 5, which looks at female entrepreneurship, again, a cross-border perspective. Also looking at social entrepreneurship is a key area of research within us. So myself and a colleague at University of Ulster got Shared Island funding to look at that. It's in conjunction with social entrepreneurship in the Republic of Ireland and social entrepreneurship in the Northern Ireland. Within that, what we'll be looking at is the challenges which they encounter, but also those of you that are multinationals here today will see that there is an element which is moving to that social enterprise within multinationals as well. So we'll be mapping what's going on a shared island perspective. On a personal note, I suppose it's actually 10 years this month since I done my PhD, which was on SME development and entrepreneurship. So within the Faculty of Business, this has been a key research area for us. And we're mapping out further and looking at clusters. Again, for those of you in FinTech, this is kind of a wee wink and a nudge that I'll be coming looking for you shortly. But I have an MRes student here, Samia, who's looking at whether a cluster exists here in the northwest and again on the border region, because we're very aware of the vibrant fintech companies that we have here, but to map to see, do we have a cluster? And if we don't, what is it we need to bring that forward? And I think a lot of that tied into what Peter was saying earlier, the apps and where it's all developed. And there's Samia, the MRes student, who will be researching that. But as I said, that's kind of our key areas, but I suppose where we come, we're very aware of our location, where we are, being part now of a bigger campuses were across the Atlantic Innovation Corridor. But what our key area is what we can do in terms of our entrepreneurial ecosystem, working with our stakeholders to bring the region forward, both in terms of SME development, but also in terms of growing our students here at ATU.
Thank you, Isabel. Very good. And now we have Dr. Janine McGinn. This work. You have a couple of slides there, and the timer will help to keep you.
Thank you very much. No, I have no slides. Yeah, I'm just going to push it over here. So I'm delighted to be here. I usually come to Letterkenny to get under the water. So I'm a diver, but it's really great to be here. So I'm really interested in the research that we're doing at the moment because I was an entrepreneur. I mean, I've been involved in ceramic tile imports, jewellery development. So I'm really interested in promoting research in female entrepreneurship. So what I'm involved in with Amaya as well and with Isabel is the Atlantic Innovation Corridor Research Consortium, which is a massive research consortium, and there are 7 working groups, and I'm in one of the working groups. I think it's working group number 3, but so it's for female entrepreneurship. So our problem is that there's a great problem in terms of the region and entrepreneurship, regional disparities and gender disparities in entrepreneurship in the region, in the north and in the west. And in particular, the big problem really is in HPSU development. So there are very few female entrepreneurs in this region and across the border that are involved in high potential startups. And Enterprise Ireland figures would tell you that in 2012, just 8 out of 97 participating high potential startups were female led. But this has grown quite a bit since 2012, and in 2020 this figure has increased to 23%, and so there are 19 out of the 80 participating HPSUs who are female-led. So that's an improvement, but it's not enough. So we're really looking at that problem and trying to promote female entrepreneurship in the HPSU sector. So our aim, as part of a research group, is to investigate the experiences of female entrepreneurs in the north and northwest regions and in Northern Ireland. So we're trying to understand the supports that female entrepreneurship require, and we're also developing different kind of we're looking at the experiences of female entrepreneurs. We're looking at them and trying to mentor them, I suppose, in this project. So so we're going to involve key entrepreneurship networks in the region, and we're going to work alongside them, and we're going to document the journey of different entrepreneurs and hopefully provide evidence-based recommendations for policy initiatives. So this is really a big interest of mine because I've been an entrepreneur, and also because I was born in North of Ireland. It's great to see north-south initiatives and shared initiatives for research. So that's my project.
You're doing brilliantly with your timing, so the pressure's on the second cohort that are coming through. So Dr. Tina Patton will speak now. Is that you, Tina? Is that your slide?
Hi everybody. I've taken a slightly different tack to the others so far, and really what I want to do is to talk about... Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Really what I want to talk about is how innovation and entrepreneurship fit into the Faculty of Business within the Department of Design and Creative Media. Our department is quite unusual in being situated within the Faculty of Business, and I think both sides really benefit because there's a community of people who are working in the same areas. So really I just want to highlight a few things that we're doing within our department with the aim of starting a few conversations within our new university and also within industry, so, to kind of showcase what we're doing. All of our programmes have an entrepreneurship and an innovation module built into them and have had for a long time. With that, we are drawing down funding from the Higher Ed 4.0, and we're digitising some of our materials which we will be able to share within the wider university. DICE, as you can see, is a massive part of what we do in the faculty. So DICE is Design, Innovation, Creativity and Entrepreneurship, and we see this as kind of a very overlapping series of concepts which really support each other. And we've got 3 big things going on within our department. One we call DICE TY, which has been operating for 4 years now, which is we go into secondary schools and we take 100 kids from around, currently the county of Donegal, but we want to extend that, and we bring them into the college to develop these skills. And it's been a very, very successful and enjoyable project for all concerned. We also have a DICE annual conference, so we're going to have phase 2 of this conference here in March, where we're going to be exploring the creativity and the design aspects of DICE. And in the community, we also build bridges, doing various projects where we bring in stakeholders, and again, very fruitful, I think, for all. Within our own department, we have our own innovation, I suppose, processes which we've designed. My dear colleague, Crona, in the audience, Crona O'Donoghue, we've designed a design thinking process called Unique, which we rolled out in many, many different facets, and we have lots of materials, one of which is actually in the Higher Ed project, which we're digitising. And then another colleague, Padraic Lynch, who's also in the audience, has developed another design thinking model, which is very, very widely used within industry. Coming down quickly onto research, I realise I'm probably not within my limit. We've got two of our, what? Just about. We've got two of our MRes students here in the audience, which is fabulous. One, Liam Porter, is doing innovation in SMEs. He's looking at design thinking and is a really, a tool that has been talked a lot, is really being deployed to its best. And we've also got Micheál, who's looking at design pedagogy. Corona, as I mentioned before, she's currently doing her PhD on the role of the studio within design and creativity. And finally, within our department, we kind of rely hugely on our alumni as key participants in bringing back innovation and entrepreneurship capabilities and exemplars and connections for placements, etc., etc. So this is a big part of what we do and which we'd like to develop further. That's me. Thank you.
I feel like I'm standing over you with a stick, kind of going ready to go. And now we have Esther Quinn. Thank you, Esther. Your slides are there.
Thank you.
I'll start for you as well.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon to briefly introduce some research which we have recently undertaken in ATU Sligo. So we did some research last year in a very short period of time, over 6 months, on co-working spaces, which are also known as hubs. So together with my colleagues, Dr. Valerie McTaggart and Geraldine Barry from the Department of Business and Social Sciences in Sligo. So as we know, the world has changed dramatically in the way we work and what the workplace looks like. So we're all looking ahead to what the workplace of the future will be and what way of working will be. So the purpose of our study was to explore the experiences of users of hubs and co-working spaces in Ireland. We adopted a grounded theory approach, engaged in 21 one-to-one interviews with users of hubs and managers of hubs as well. And our sample was representative regionally and nationally, different types of hubs and sizes of hubs. So within our research, we identified 3 different types of hubs. Hubs that are used primarily by remote workers, open to anyone, and then the community-based co-working hubs, which support and develop enterprise within the community. And then thirdly, startup hubs or innovation centres that support that startup ecosystem in Ireland. So some of the findings, the benefits that we identified was firstly well-being and psychological benefits. So that was participants identified co-working spaces with assisting them with dealing with isolation and feelings of during COVID especially working from home, remote working, so isolation and separation. Secondly, interestingly, productivity and performance. So 85% of the participants in our study indicated that they had improved performance when they were working in a co-working space. And thirdly then, the actual workspace for co-working, for remote workers, that it provided the facilities that they needed working remotely and Wi-Fi issues as well. So some of the some of the challenges as well which were identified were the issues of privacy. So that came back to how well designed the hubs were, that they had breakout rooms and they were able to provide privacy where required. And also, interestingly, the commercial arrangements, such as within the terms of the lease or the arrangement with the co-working manager, hub manager or owner. So flexibility was really required. So some of the key findings, that collaboration is a myth. So this was a very surprising finding. A lot of the literature speaks to collaboration and co-working spaces providing an opportunity for collaboration. But our research identified that collaboration doesn't happen organically. It really needs to be fostered within that space. And that brings us on to the importance of the role of a hub manager. So a hub manager plays a really important role in bringing together all the individuals in the co-working spaces, be them individual workers or part of a corporate, bringing them together to promote knowledge sharing and to create the opportunities to collaborate. So it's important for hubs to have a clear identity. Are they a community-based hub? Are they a corporate hub? Are they a startup hub? And lastly, our key finding is that a desk is not enough. So we developed in our findings a value stack, looking at breaking down the values that different hubs offer. So first of all, at the bottom of that being just a desk, a hot desk space. Secondly, being offering social and team events. And at the top of that value stack, we're looking at training and mentoring. So that's a very brief overview of hubs and hubs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. I think it's a very worthy topic. I think a lot of us would like to learn more about that as well. Now we will have Dr. Amia Vega. Am I pronouncing Vega? Thank you. There you go. Ahead. There we are. Is that you? That's you. Good. There you go. And the wee clock will help it.
Lovely. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Amaya Vega. I work in ATU Galway. I may look like a bit of an outlier here as an economist, but I'll try and connect to innovation and entrepreneurship because we all need to move our goods. If we're innovating, we're creating value, we're creating new products, we need to move our goods. So my research focuses on the area of transport economics and regional economics and the analysis of regional competitiveness. So the project that I'm highlighting here today is being funded by the North-South Research Programme. We are under the same umbrella on the Atlantic Innovation Corridor as Isabel and Janine over there, but I'm looking at a different work package on specifically international freight connectivity in the northern and western region and the implications for regional competitiveness. This is a 4-year, I don't know if it's been said already, but it's a 4-year cross-border research program. Our partners are University of Ulster and ATU. And our region, it is been acknowledged as a national strategic objective in the National Development Plan, the need for high international connectivity. But our region doesn't have great levels of international freight connectivity. We don't have any state airports. We don't have Tier 1 or Tier 2 ports, and the length of our motorway network is more than limited. So there are physical constraints associated with moving goods. And the purpose of this project that I'm highlighting here today is to look at what are the challenges and what are the determinants for international freight connectivity? First, to be able to identify the level of connectivity at the small area level across the region and also into Northern Ireland. Then to analyse what are the determinants for international freight connectivity in terms of mode, in terms of route choice, and then to come up with a link to the effects that different scenarios, and we all know about the challenges that the region faces in terms of Brexit, but also wider challenges in terms of the disruption of the global supply chain and wars and so on. So what will be the implications for regional competitiveness? So that is in a nutshell what we're doing in this project, which has a very strong stakeholder presence. The project will be officially launched next month in Derry, but we're already in quite interesting conversations with the Department of Transport in the Republic of Ireland, Department of Infrastructure in Northern Ireland, Transport Infrastructure Ireland, Freight Transport Association in the Republic, and their counterparts in the UK, Logistics UK, as well as obviously the Northern and Western Regional Assembly and other regional authorities. If you're interested in hearing more, please approach me at the break. Thank you.
And I think we'll all appreciate work that's been done in that area because it enables all our startups and all our scaling companies as well. Now we'll have Dr. Valerie McTaggart who will share some of the work that's been done in Sligo.
Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of myself and Dr. Tomasa Flaherty, who couldn't be here today. I suppose our piece has come about from the dreaded programmatic reviews that we've all had nightmares about. So last year, ATU Sligo went through their programmatic review it had been pushed forward because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we were really looking at how we could, revalidate our awards to address the grand challenges that students of the future, and we use this phrase all the time, I'm sure you do, future-proof our graduates, future-proof our graduates. So we circulated a student survey, and we got lots of response, and one of the themes that came out was this notion of entrepreneurship. And then we obviously had our industry stakeholders' feedback, which we all do as well. And one of those things was entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship, or we all pronounce it differently, and how the students of the future would need to think innovatively and creatively how to solve the problems, not just by, wrapping everything in silicon and software. Some companies don't have that kind of finances, and we're entering a bit of a digital depression, I think, at the moment. But it was how to prepare the students to graduate the future. So what we were doing some work with a university in Switzerland, and they were called KDG as part of another project, and they had this entrepreneurial hub for students. So we said, okay, how does it work? And it's a space and place for students, undergraduate students, to come together in a multidisciplinary environment to share ideas and capitalise on. Young adults see no difficulties. They don't see the barriers that we see. They think everything is possible. So we had lots of brainstorming, and my colleague Delinda is in the audience there, and we sat down, we met with them and said, how can we do this based on the confines that we feel ourselves? So we said, let's see, can we command the space, which is very precious in all the campuses, and have a space for students to go. So we were very fortunate to secure SOT funding under HEA, and we came up with the Ideas Hub. It's innovation, digital, entrepreneurship and sustainability, and it's for students who are in ATU Sligo, and when we piloted with ATU Sligo, we're going to roll out to our colleagues are welcome to come together to work on these grand challenges of the future. So we just got our signage the other day, we're really excited about it, and it will be a space and place. We'll have the mentorship for students, but this piece has come from students who mentioned that things like digital and sustainability, they are real and relevant for the next generation of graduates, and they feel very strongly about this. We can embed it in our curriculum, but it doesn't, it's the doing sometimes that's much more practically applied. So this will be, it won't be credit bearing. We want students to engage with this because they want to be the next entrepreneurs of the future.
Thank you for that. And then finally we have Dr. Great big timer. It's going to keep us all on track. So we have Dr. Sarah Duffley. That's your slide, Sarah. And
Thank you very much. I'm actually just going to talk about a new research project that one of our students is undertaking. In a few months, Saeed himself will be able to do all this work, but it's myself and Dr. Isabel Conaghan that are his supervisors. Saeed's research is looking at exploring digital academic entrepreneurship in third-level institutes in Ireland. The starting point for Saeed and for this research as a whole will be with this idea of the entrepreneurial university, i.e. what are those initiatives that are aimed at creating hubs of entrepreneurial activity. That's not a new concept, we've all heard it before, it's been around since the 80s. However, now we're looking to academic entrepreneurship and digital academic entrepreneurship as a means of making that happen. I think it's evident today as well, but initially a lot of those initiatives are down to faculties and schools of business. So academic entrepreneurship is concerned with this idea of how do we transfer knowledge between the university and the external environment so that both benefit from it and there's economic and social benefits as well. So traditionally we would have looked at things like patents and licensing. Now we move to things like teaching and training activities, contract research, patents and licensing again, but spin-offs, alumni startups and business incubators. Typically when it comes to academic entrepreneurship, there's an academic that plays a key role in making all of this happen. I think it's fair to say, based on Peter's discussion and everybody else's discussions, including Allan, we're very much in that digital era, so now we're looking at those digital technologies that can facilitate this as well. For us, I think everyone will agree in academia, COVID-19 has been a major driver of digital activities. It's fundamentally changed what we do, how we teach, how we communicate, how we share knowledge. So increasingly we're looking to these digital activities from an academic entrepreneurship perspective. So, for example, social media, analytics, mobile, cloud computing, big data. That's an example. What's the role of 3D printing and rapid prototyping? What's the role of social media and bringing together entrepreneurs so that they can integrate and co-create value? So that sounds lovely, But there's been a bit of a buzzword here that's very relevant, and it's ecosystems. This is complex. There's students, there's universities, there's staff, there's industry bodies, and there's companies involved in all of this. Add an additional layer to that, where you've got in Ireland lots of geographical locations and regional characteristics that go with it, and lots of different regulations. So what Saeed will be doing is looking at what's currently happening, what could be happening, and what do we need to make these things happen. What can universities get out of it, what can students get out of it, and what can industry get out of it as well. Okay, 20 seconds. Thank you.
I think people were rehearsing very well, because they've kind of kept us right on track for time, so we're doing really, really well. I suppose thanks to all of the members of ATU for sharing those. That is only a small snapshot of the work that's been done across the university in relation to entrepreneurship. And it's been done every day on every campus, and it's been done by, I'm sure there's tons of individuals that have been involved in this. But I suppose what we wanted to kind of showcase today was the depth and breadth of that what's been actually covered and what our students are kind of been exposed to. There is a fundamental role for external stakeholders to feed into that. So there's our support agencies, there's the industry that is within our different regions, to work alongside our academic teams to help them to kind of see the students, or to help the students see what is going to be required of them as they kind of get out and into the world. And if we can inspire a few people along the way to think, you know what, I can be that person, because our regions are driven by SMEs. They are, you know, the lifeblood of everything that we have. With the reason our regions are strong is because of those individuals that take that leap of faith, that show that courage and take that step and kind of get our business up and running. But we want to be that spark. So whenever you see all of this work, it's been embedded, and it's very much, as you say, within the Faculty of Business, but we as a university will be seeing how do we share that across that student body. So through DICE and through ideas, it kind of gives an access point for the students that don't traditionally sit within a Faculty of Business. And we want them all to be kind of encouraged and supported, and we create a pathway so that whenever they get to that next stage, we know that they can go to new frontiers. We know that they can link in with the local enterprise offices or the Enterprise Irelands of the world. So we just feel that we are the kind of stepping stone between the second level, where they do the student entrepreneurship and they get all excited about the idea that they might have a business and they compete with their friends, and we're the piece that's in there in between it and them coming out into the world. And we hope through the work of the alumni as well that we'll keep engaging with that to kind of help our regions to grow and develop. So now I am stopping you getting some lunch. But what I would ask you to do is, if you just be mindful of the hashtags there, and if you could share them on your platforms. Again, we just want to share the news of what is actually happening in the university and give people the opportunity to step into it.
Just to clarify,
Lunch, where we're going to have is lunches over in the nurses' canteen. So there'll be our student ambassadors who have the lovely ATU sweatshirts that I have yet to get. I'm going to one of the campuses and trying to buy one. But they will help you and navigate you that. So we're going to be, we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. And Warren Bramley is who will be joining us then at 2 o'clock. So if you make your way to lunch, and we'll shepherd you back then. So thank you very much. Thank you.
his link is still working anyhow, so I can see it coming back here. So I'll lock out of that. See me in here.
Right, that's empty.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
Thanks for the invite. Thanks. Micheál Margey invited me a while ago. Michael's idea of collaboration is to ring you up in October and tell you you're coming to Letterkenny in December and have a few jobs for you, or a few wee jobs for you. So listen, I'm delighted to be here and to welcome Professor Warren Bramley. Warren has a background in background in law, but began his career in the music industry with the Factory Records label. Those of us of a certain age would remember that label. Following this, Warren founded 423, a design studio, and more recently, Warren has completed an MA in global political economy, with his thesis focusing on the design of democratic ownership and the role of platform cooperatives for an artist-led industry. And Warren currently lectures at the School of Music in Sheffield University. So with such an eclectic background and expertise in music, design, technology and innovation, I'm certainly looking forward to this presentation on co-creation by Professor Warren Bramley. Thank you.
They tried to put one of those mics on because I have a tendency to walk around a little bit when I talk. But so we've got a plan here that if I move off, I'll be pulled back into position. Okay, so thank you, Seamus, for the introduction.
Just in case.
You take it.
I'll hold it.
Okay, so. There we go. That way around? Okay, yeah, so my introduction, and Seamus' introduction, sorry. So, I actually had a 15-year career as a designer, but I didn't train as a designer. So my experiences of design have come through practice, and I've worked on lots of projects. I've worked with a band called U2, who are, I think we might know, and I've worked with the Rolling Stones, and I've worked on quite big projects with corporations and arts and particularly sports and culture was the biggest clients that I've worked with in the design industry. But quite rightfully, my career started, and I had 4 years, a very informative 4 years in my career at a record label called Factory Records, which we can talk about later, and very much formed my view of the world, the way that Factory operated, the way that Factory was run. And you might see some of that in this presentation. So even though I might not specifically reference it, you can see some of the themes that came out of those first few years. I mean, I left university. The background in law is a bit sketchy because I got a law degree, so it's as far as I went, and then I went to work in music. But the music from 20 to 24 was kind of a really kind of pivotal part of my career and how I see the world. And also, I have an interest in technology and new technologies. So again, these three things I'll touch upon today as we go through the presentation. So first of all, I want to talk about design and how I see design. Now, I'm aware that one designer's just sat forward when I put that slide up there. Hello there. Can I ask who is a designer in the room, please? Can I have you? Sorry, you need to be more proud than that. Can you put your hands up clearly? See, there's two here and there's one here. Okay, great. So the rest of you are not designers. Okay. So do any of you that said you are not designers, do you design? Yes. Okay. Good. So is anybody in the room a chef? One. Put your hand up and be proud, my friend. Put it up. There you go. Fantastic. And does anybody in the room cook? Put your hand up. Okay, great. See, we've got the premise. That's it. That's design. Okay, we sorted it. So this is the brilliant Liz Saunders, who's an American academic. She's also very senior at IDEO, which is a big design consultancy. I just want to start. This is the first premise, okay? And then we'll build from here. But Liz Saunders is saying we're moving into a post-design culture. The post-design culture is, in fact, co-design, where we work together and we design things together, all of us. In the same way we could all bring our things in and we could all cook a recipe and we could cook together, we should all be designing together. If we can harness the collective and infinitely expanding set of ideas and opportunities that emerge when all the people who have a stake, so all the people who have a stake in the process are invited to play the game. And the fact we're even having a conversation that we don't invite people to play the game is a whole different conversation. So, as we've all proved with our chef and cooking, this is Nigel Cross, and designers here will know and heard of Nigel Cross, and this is a skim over design history, by the way, okay? So don't critique me too much. But Nigel Cross, who was an academic and researcher in the 80s and 90s, he wrote and tried to understand what design was. And he was saying, well, everybody designs, because actually if you do something new, then you are designing. So we all design when we plan for something new to happen, whether that might be a new version of a recipe, a new arrangement of the living room furniture, or a new layout of the personal website. Design thinking is something inherent within human condition. It's a key part of what makes us human. So what separates us from the rest of the biological world is the fact, you know what? We can design solutions to problems. It's part of what makes us human. So let's start with a definition, and again we could argue lots of definitions, but I prefer this. As Io Mancini, I will quote quite a lot today. And I've appropriated there's a Peter Saville quote, by the way. Peter Saville, the graphic designer, talks about appropriation of things when he's kind of stealing ideas. He talks about appropriation. It's part of art, darling, he would say to me. But design is an interplay between problem solving and sense making. And I like this because usually design is just specifically considered to be problem solving. But actually design is just out there to fix problems. And sometimes we don't need to even fix the problems. We try and find problems that we can go and fix. And the design process actually is more powerful when it's also aligned with this idea of sense making. We can make sense of things collectively by following a design process. So Nigel Cross had this, and this underpins just the rest of this presentation. So what Nigel Cross was saying was, well, actually, do you know, there's 3 different values that we should be teaching in our schools here. Because you would all understand if I said to you, what does it mean to be scientific? And you go, I know what that is. I want to find facts and truth. I want to know how that tree grows. I'm going to do some research. I'm going to work out the best conditions for that tree to grow. So I know how to be scientific. We teach that at school. But then we would also say, if I said to you, what does it mean to be artistic? So it's humanities. You'd all understand what that means. Our kids go off and play and they do artistic things and we create things and imagination. Class or the business studies class. I want to teach design to every single student to understand how to think about appropriate solutions to problems, about how to find appropriateness in making sense of things. So it's a whole way of thinking that actually is just as important as being artistic and just as important as being scientific. And out of this we have what we now know as the double diamond. This is the process. So what Nigel was doing, I don't know how many people in here have seen this, put your hands up. I'd be disappointed if you haven't. Yeah, fantastic, great. So it's kind of become kind of part of our lexicon in terms of how do we work a process. And a design thinking process is where what Nigel did is he said, I'm going to watch that architect over there, I'm going to watch that graphic designer over there, I'm going to watch that product designer over there, and I'm going to try to find things which connect them. I'm going to try to understand their process and extract it. Because even though their outputs were different, the mediums they were using were different, actually their process was very similar. They were following a designerly process. Today is not the day for me to go through this in any detail, but basically it's about divergent and convergent thinking. Go out wide and do your research, come back in and reframe your problem, go out wide and think of as many ideas as you can, come back in, test. And that pretty much is the design process. So Nigel introduced these things and this idea of thinking that we could all think in designerly ways. It's part of what makes us human. So, if that's the case, why have you not all put your hands up and said you're designers? So I'm just going to give you a quick run-through of the history of design. It's very much a run-through of history of design, very quick. So first of all, we started to understand design as an industry in the 1950s. So I had these great thinkers like Buckmaster Fuller, who would sit in his big office in MIT, in Boston, I think, and he'd sit there and go, look, I can design solutions to the world's problems. And what Buckmaster Fuller brought into us really cleverly was this idea that he understood that to be designly and to work as a designer was to also think multidisciplinary. So he was pulling in people from all different sectors, all different areas, to go through the design process with him. Because he knew that it wasn't just something in silos, we had to work cross-disciplinary to help make sense of things, to find solutions to problems. But the process that he went through, and I'm really extracting the process here, was one of design as expert. So what you would have is you'd have, say, the user. I'm going to say that's the problem, where the problem is. And that would be, right, go and research it, send the researchers off, pull back the insights, send it up into the tower up in Mitt, where Bookmaster Fuller's got a nice office, and he will sit and he will come up with the solution for you. And then he will present that solution back. So this is the first phase of design, but it started to become extracted as a specialised discipline. So then we start to move forward into the 80s, and we got user-centred design. Everybody will have heard the phrase user-centred design. It came from a guy called Don Norman. And what Don Norman is saying is like, okay, it's not just about us designers sitting out of the process. We need to get as close as we can to the user, to identify and empathise with the problem. And we then start to see this proliferation of design studios. I founded one myself. And these design studios became expert, give us a brief, we'll go off and we'll work it out. We'll come into your, wherever it is, institution. I will bring my design beginner's mindset, one of the phrases that we use a lot, and you will pay me a fee for this and we'll come and help you find that solution. And user-centered design was basically around the designers becoming researchers. So designers sitting close to the problem, observing, and from their observations, go back and make their design solutions. There's a problem with this. And the problem is this: when you just center things on the users, who else in the system do you miss out? So actually, when we're focused on the students and the student experience, who else are we missing out of that system? Who else is affected by our design solution? And that could include people, could also include nature, the environment, the things we've designed that have had an impact beyond the user. And what we do start to see then is, you know, when I drive my car and my wife drives in the car with me, I'm safer. I'm safer because of the bias of the designer. Bias of the way that we approach safety in cars, been designed by around men's physique, not female physique. When we're talking about AIs, and this is becoming such more important, by me being a white male, I have I'm much more associated with facial recognition than I am if I'm female or if I have a different skin colour to mine. So what's happening here is we have a design process which is then too much of the bias of the people who are doing the design. So as Tim Brown said, who's one of the head of the biggest design consultancy in the world, which is IDEO, has said, quite frankly, what we need to think about, that design now is too important to be left to designers. And with this extraction of design up here to be this kind of elite thing that we teach and we learn and we become expert designers, actually the most important thing now is we all learn how to be designed, because we need to, whatever we've designed in this system, the fact is, which is exciting, we can redesign it. So this brings in co-design. From designing for people to designing with people and by people. This goes back to Liz Saunders that I mentioned earlier. Now this isn't new. So Scandinavian cooperative design became very, very influential in Scandinavia in the 1960s. But due to language and probably diffusion of ideas, we never really picked up these ideas of cooperative design. The American version, the UK version, the Anglo-American version took over. But cooperative design was about anybody that's affected by the system should have a voice in the design of that system. So what they did is the designers in their system, in cooperative design, became much more facilitators. So they became facilitators of the design process. So not bringing in their expertise, but actually bringing in their facilitation skills to teach us all to go through the design process. What Scandinavia, this was obviously, at the time, factories were being changed in Scandinavia because of technology. Improved technology started to change the systems and way these factories worked. And the Scandinavian cooperative design was to say, well, we're not just going to get the managers in, the stakeholders, but the workers and the technologists, and together we will design this system. This goes forward to the 1990s. Liz Saunders takes hold, and what Liz Saunders does is she starts to devise and design these different facilitation tools that we use now in design workshop processes. So what you see is a design process where, yeah, we have to research and gain empathy, yeah, we have to be designers, we have to bring the users into it, but it all becomes part of the collective design process. And we're seeing it in practice. I'm going to move on to more exciting things in practice, because I think these are not great, these are good examples, but we're going to do better, examples. So what we're seeing is we're seeing companies like IKEA. Now IKEA did an amazing thing where they got me to work for IKEA because I had to build my own furniture. Genius. I go to the supermarket and I'm scanning. I'm like, hold on a minute, I'm not getting paid for this. Now, what IKEA have done is they've taken it to the next level, and we're seeing this with production processes now. It's going to enable this kind of rapid prototyping and rapid making of furniture with different fabrication materials. So we have Co-Create by IKEA, where they're saying, okay, not only do you need to build the furniture, but now let's start to design it. How do you want to design the furniture that you want to design? And they have a studio in London, they have a studio in Brooklyn. We can go in and you can design your own furniture. Lego have been amazing at it. Lego have a very active community of people that are really into Lego. And Lego, if you want to design the next iteration of what the next product should be for Lego, put it forward. If the community say, yeah, no problem, 10,000 people vote for it, it goes into a production process. Do you know what? If it goes out there, you get a royalty for it. So the designers say to people, okay, let's all design this together. This is not about us imposing design on you. This is about us designing and us facilitating you through the design process. DHL have had problems with customer retention. They tried all sorts of fixes for it, all different changes to their process. They couldn't increase their customer retention, so they set up innovation centres. They brought the customers in. They co-designed. They improved customer retention by 80%. Australian Federal Railways, train stations. In Austria, they have innovation labs. While you're waiting for your train, why not? Go in and design something which can improve the whole system and whole structure of railways. So we're trying to invite people into the process. And I'm sure all of us have been part of some kind of community design process. This is just one I put out from Bristol, where they work with school kids. There was a bridge here. It's very dangerous, coming around corners. So instead of a designer going in and finding a solution, the designer facilitated with local school children, this is how do you want this to work? How do you want this to look? And the interesting thing here is you're giving people a stake. So they feel ownership of that place. So when they do markets, they do them on there because that's theirs. This wasn't imposed, it was part of the co-design process. So really, this is a picture of design which I don't agree with. So this is me stood at the front, but it's not me. This is the designer stood at the front. It all looks a bit slick. That's what design is, isn't it? We're going to stand here, I'm going to tell you about the genius of me as a great designer. Here you go, isn't it great? But actually for me, and I'm glad to be in Ireland, it's more like folk music. Because actually, and I work at Sheffield, I do some lecturing at Sheffield University on music, and there's full of ethnomusicologists, and I was going to talk to them about folk music and the heritage of folk music. Anybody that's been to a folk club, you walk in, and anybody can join in. Anybody can participate. It's not a choir, where you have a part, and you want to fill that part. A folk club can just come and join in. And the people that are expert at it, they'll sit at the front, and what you do is you just do that, and you watch what they're doing, and you try and copy it. But you know what? If you don't know the words, you can hum. It's just be part of that process. Be part of that process. We invite you in. It's part of our heritage, part of our culture. And folk music, as the ethnomusicologist will tell me, it's not about the folk music section. In England, you go to the folk music section, it's a certain sound, and then there's a world music section here. But actually, that world music is folk music. So we all have our individual folk music, our own individual traditions, and we share them, and we co-create and participate together. So the future of design is not something which is to be separated and put into design schools, even though we need to have design schools, and it's important, but we need to be also teaching design to the kids who are doing economics. We need to be teaching design to the young people that are doing sports studies at Loughborough University. I go and teach design on Peter's course at Loughborough, which are the young technologists and information management. It's about design not just being its own silo, but infiltrating all different ways of working and thinking, all forms of knowledge. Okay. So why is this super important now? Well, actually, because there's this thing called the network economy. Okay? So this is Copenhagen Institute of Futures. This is their 14 megatrends for the next 10 to 15 years. And I was at a lecture last week with Peter, with his students, big lecture theatre, and I put that up. And before I could finish explaining it, Peter stood up. I don't even mind me telling the story, Peter, by the way. That Peter stood up and he said, sorry, well, I need to interrupt. Can I just tell you all, that's your CV. That's your CV for the next 10 years. That's where you're going to work. That's the things. That's your careers advice. He's giving you careers advice, basically. So what Copenhagen Institute of Futures have done is say, these are the megatrends. Now, megatrends are things that are just global shifts, society will change, and we have no real control over it. They're 10 to 15 years in duration, and it's a way that they have identified that society will evolve. So an understanding of those is obviously quite key to the future that we're going to live and work in. But interestingly, a lot of our cycles when we do, who was I speaking to earlier about politics? We were talking about a political cycle being of 3 to 5 years. But actually, we've got global megatrends happening around us that are 10 to 15. We need to start planning a bit far out. Most business strategies are done with 3 to 5 years, and you're limiting all the opportunities and options you have by having a 10 to 15-year scope. Different conversation, though. So I'd like to zoom into one of those, which is the network economy. So what we're seeing, this isn't new. We've been having this evolve through the last 5 years or so. All of us maybe have been involved in crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, participatory budgeting. We have things now like blockchain, which have, as much as all the noise about them, the negativity noise about it, but fundamentally it allows people to have exchange of value without a trusted intermediary. That's key. Forget the other stuff. Trusted value exchange without a trusted intermediary. What does that allow us to do? So we're seeing this network economy. And these network economy are flatter structures. So moving away from hierarchical structures to much more peer-to-peer flat organisational structures. So I'm going to put this in the context of Web3. Can I ask if anybody's heard the phrase Web3? Put your hand up, please. Excellent. Would anybody like to present this bit? No? Okay. So Web 1, when I was at university, I was there at uni, and I'd go and look at a web page and I'd get some information from it. Great, take that information. Web 2 comes along, I can start to communicate. So what we've done is we've built these very siloed, centralised organisations, but I can publish on them. I'm allowed to publish. So I can share a tweet, I can put a photo on Instagram, we can start to share and communicate. So this is read and write. But now there's an evolution and a potential of the third iteration of the internet. And some people, by the way, think that's it. So the internet is going to be 4 TV channels, basically. Facebook, Twitter, Google, that's it. And that's like worse than when I was a kid, you know, in terms of TV. So actually, that's the end of the internet, is it? And Apple are just going to charge us 30%, that's the tax. We're done, aren't we? Okay, great. No need for these presentations, no need for disruption. But actually, there probably isn't. That's the end of the road. And actually, we're just even in the process. So this is Web3, and the idea of Web3 is we start to build ownership into the internet. And this is what Jesse Walden, who also started in music, he used to manage people like Solange, he calls it the ownership economy. So you could own part of the system. Okay, give us an example then, Warren. Right, here we go. So this is Dymo, which is built on the blockchain. So Dymo, new startup, and the idea of Dymo is anybody that's got an expensive car, you don't need to put your hand up. But if you have, it will track. You'll be having data tracked. You'll be feeding data back to Tesla. Let's take Elon Musk's example. They're data companies. So your data from your travel goes back to Tesla. So you're not getting anything for that, you're just driving the car. But what they're doing is they're building up a map of the world. They're building up driving habits. And when self-driving cars come along, da-da, they've got all the data they need. So you're feeding back data consistently. What Dymo has said is, no, okay, if you download the app and you all can do this, put it in your car, your data goes to the blockchain, you own it. And then if Tesla want to buy that data, they can, you then get paid for that. So it's starting to say, okay, in a minute, we can start to building our data, cryptocurrencies, terrible things, of course, blah, 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 lots of speculation. No, it allows a value exchange, a micro value exchange across borders. So if, for example, I'm giving my data, Volvo decide to buy it, but they buy us all, because they need it all, because it's about the aggregation of the data. I want to see a return for that. We have technologies in the network economy which can facilitate that. What about if we all become a node on the internet? What about if we all become a node on the wireless network? So if you're setting up a centralized wireless internet, 4G, costs a lot of money, 5G, 6G. If we're going to put nodes around the world, how much would that cost you as a centralized organization? A lot of money. But what about if we all have the ability to be our node? And what about if we're all incentivized to be our node? In the network economy, that facilitates that possibly could happen. These are real companies, by the way. Go and sign up. And this was going back to Mancini, who wrote a brilliant book, and I've taken the title to this, When Everyone Designs, from his book. And what Ezio Mancini was saying in 2015, that these new distributed systems, what they allow us to do is imagine a new and viable form of globalization as a mesh of distributed economies and connected localities. In 2007 for the EU, Francesco Naciri wrote a paper which was called Digital Ecosystems, and within that he was talking about a new form of globalization. Because as technology improves and the network improves, we can have a global, what he called glocalization, where valorized local culture and vocations enable interaction that will catalyze value networks at a global level. So we can do things on a local level, but they can scale via the network to a global level. So while we thought the internet was going to be these centralized organizations which are going to own and control things, there are writing papers here in the EU, which you can all go and download, which are saying, no, hold on a minute, this is about getting everybody as part of the system. Well, how does that happen, Warren? Okay, Brooklyn microgrid. In Brooklyn, they've all put solar panels on their houses. That all feeds to the blockchain. If you live next door to me, I can buy energy from you. I can buy energy from you. It's an automatic transaction. We don't need anybody in the middle. It's trustless. Everybody's generating the energy that they require for their own community. And do you know what? If someone's struggling, they're going without, we'll make sure that they get the energy. If the local school needs energy, they're going to get the energy. And they can do this because now not only do we have the solar panels to do this, to generate our local energy, we have the connectivity to allow us to trade and move value between each other. Already exists in Brooklyn. And this is a brilliant experiment. It's now my front garden. This is a Sheffield wheat experiment. So the idea here is that in our front gardens, we'll all give a portion to growing wheat. So I've got some seeds. I've not done it yet. But anybody lucky enough to have a garden, what about, instead of having to go, well, we need a centralised system, we need a big farm on the outskirts, etc., etc. No, actually, we've got the network economy. I'll grow a bit, you grow a bit, you grow a bit, you grow a bit, then we'll harvest it, and then that can go to making local produce. And more interestingly, and I'm not an expert on this, but there's something about the locality of seeds. So the generic nature of seeds that we've now mass-produced, actually there's a local Sheffield seed. And then I told Peter about this, and he said, I want to do it in Buxton. He needs to find out what the Buxton seed is so he can grow it local. But again, even if it just ends up growing the beer of Sheffield, that'll kind of work, okay? But what you're seeing here is people going, no, we've got the technology now to really build and exchange value between us. So Mancini said in 2015 that organisational structures, he said communication technology does to organisational structures as heat does to ice. It melts them. So organisational structures and hierarchies start to melt as we start to see more flatter networks being created. David Ehrlichman in his book talks about this as having a change of mindset, because a lot of the issues, and interestingly I was speaking to my new friend, here for lunch, who was talking to me about the universities coming together, because together we're better when we're connected than we are when we're competing against each other. And what Ehrlichman's saying in his book Impact Networks is saying, okay, we need to stop thinking in competitive organisational ways, start to think network, have a network mindset. So he's saying, let's not think about building these machines. Let's start seeing the world as an interconnected, he calls it his garden. So we have a garden. Let's nurture the garden together. Let's not think about organisations at the centre. Let's think about putting purpose at the centre. So it's a change of mindset from hierarchies, from setting up institutions. In a world of global communication technology, those things are going to start to melt. So to finish up here, I'm just going to run through some final things about decentralised autonomous organisations. So this melting of organisational structures is actually leading to experiments in the way that humans come together and coordinate. And Peter touched on it at the end of when he was talking about the pack of dogs, and talking about sociocracy, and he was talking about DAOs, decentralised autonomous organisations. So organisations, institutions, company forms, they only exist for two reasons. They exist for humans to coordinate and to accumulate and aggregate money. So when we needed to build the railroads, we invented something called limited liability, which allowed organisations to bring in all the capital they required without risk to take on this risky project of building the railroads. This was in the 19th century. And it also means that we come together to coordinate, to give an educational experience to our students, right? They're things that we organise around. So decentralised autonomous organisations, and don't be put off by the name, I'll come back to that in a second. But these are basically new forms of internet organisation. They're a new design, co-design of organisations. And they're internet native. So we're not trying to take something that was invented in the 19th century and stick it on the internet. We're actually saying, no, these are invented within the network economy. Sometimes you can tweak a design, sometimes you just need to start from scratch. And this is starting from scratch. And what we would know them as is digital co-ops. So I don't know if any of you are members of co-ops in any way. We are at home, we get involved, our food gets delivered by a local co-op. But basically, co-ops are where members, there's no shareholders, the shareholders are members, people have value created by the organisation is shared. And that's financial, material and social value which is created by the organisation. And the idea here is we build better organisations that are more value aligned. So we've got alignment between the users and the output of the organisation. So, just to go back on the name, the reason you see decentralised, it won't last that name by the way, it'll change in the next year. But the reason it exists is because on the internet and blockchain world, there are decentralised autonomous organisations which are basically pieces of code. If you interact with that code, it'll just do something automatically. But what we're seeing is people coming together and working and collaborating together. So I've heard the phrase decentralised collaborative organisation, I've heard the phrase distributed cooperative organisation. So don't get too hooked up on the name, because I hear people occasionally have these conversations going, oh yeah, the world's run by code. Well, not the DAOs that I've been experienced in. And also, yesterday, this is the Seed Club Accelerator for DAOs. So this is an accelerator program. If you start a DAO, you can join this accelerator program. And they've obviously changed the name now to Internet Native Organisation. So basically, let's just keep up to date with the naming architecture here. But it's all the same thing. These are people coming together to form digital cooperatives. Sorry, to design digital cooperatives. And this isn't something that's just out there now. This was a report published by the World Economic Foundation Forum, in June. Relative to traditional organisational forms such as corporations, DAOs may offer a way to achieve greater transparency, trust, adaptability and speed. They also make possible rapid experimentation, the potential to direct activity towards a multiplicity of goals. This is what Chris Dixon says about limited liability corporations. He's saying that actually what we're seeing now, maybe it's run its course, because what's happening is if you look at something like Facebook, we as users have got a problem with the way the organisation has been run. If the organisation has been run for the benefit of profit for the shareholders, there's always going to be some enormous friction. And what we've found with these superstar organisations is the friction is now coming. We're starting to have this friction going, hold on a minute, are you altering elections here? Hold on a minute, what algorithms are you creating here? Hold on a minute, what content are you pushing here? And the reason is because there's a misalignment of the values that the users want, us, and what the shareholders want, which is profit. So this is an area of disruption that could definitely be open or ripe for disruption. So I've borrowed, Peter sent me his slides on Friday and I thought, right. I'll build on Peter's work. I think you noticed this, but basically I think Peter put something up similar where she was going like the pack of dogs and the changing of organisational structures and institutions. But potentially what you're seeing here is decentralised autonomous organisations, or whatever the name may be, just starting to change what we've considered to be traditional corporations. And at the moment, I'll get a lot of people dismissive, and probably some in this room, and they'll go, oh yeah, but it's clunky, and you've been involved, how do you get involved, and what's the rules for it, and all this. It's like, yeah, at the moment, the tech is rubbish. But that's the whole point of what Clay Christian was saying. The first digital cameras, and I love the way that Peter says Nokia, the way that Peter says Nokia phone, the way that those worked was rubbish. So they were being dismissed. But the reality was that technology will get better. And the other thing that Peter says is that the social inclusion will be broader. So if you can get involved in decentralised autonomous organisation, it's super easy to get involved. And potentially the market will be bigger for people having a share and ownership in these types of organisations. So if it's following Clay Christensen's whole model, it kind of follows. Okay, I see you looking at my watch there, so I've just got 5 minutes. Okay. Just how they work, and I'm here at the end, 10 minutes. How they work is, kind of these are traditional models anyway. So this is a contributor zone here, and I'll talk about it in more depth in a little bit. But they do have staff members. Of course you have people that lead these organisations. And then they have what at the moment they call bounty contributors. So I was involved in a decentralised autonomous organisation, and they wanted someone to run some educational experiments. And part of my research said, I'll do it. And they paid me. Send me some money like that in my crypto wallet. And then I said, one of the experiments I'll do is I'll get you to speak to this brilliant professor who will do a presentation on ethnography. And it was Peter. And basically we put out the link. Everybody who was part of the DAO got to watch Peter give a presentation. It was kind of giving access to anybody that's involved in the DAO. So you can be a contributor, or actually you can just be involved, and you don't have to get too involved. You can just be a member of the audience, a member of the community. But basically, it's up to you. It's your choice. And the DAO landscape is increasing. So there are lots and lots of different examples. This is actually about 2 years old, but you see lots of different sectors starting to grow and appear. So, I'm going to give you some examples, if I may, because I am running over, okay? I'm going to say art as the bellwether, because one of the things working in music is that we always tend to find the next new thing. And actually music and what exists in music is always an indicator of what potentially will become in the mainstream. This is my old boss. 1999, he gave me an MP3 player. It had 5 songs on it, about 50 wires, and it took forever, and you couldn't hear it, so even when it was really low volume, like it was terrible. But he just said to me, here you go, I've just given you the future. And what we did after that moment, about 6 months later, he said, let's do a business plan for the first ever music download site. So this was pre-streaming, because we weren't there yet with the broadband and those kind of things. So it was a download site. And we did it. This is a Guardian article that wrote about the story, because it was his 10th anniversary of his death in 2007. And they wrote about this, and I was interviewed for this. And we did this amazing business model for this download site, which could have happened out of Manchester, the home of where the computer had been invented, right? Computer came out, Alan Turing, Manchester University, boom. So we were like, right, forget Silicon Valley, this is us. We went around all the independent record labels in Manchester, and every single one of them just said, nah, it's a load of rubbish, nah, it's a load of rubbish, nah, it's a load of rubbish. 2 years later, I see Steve Jobs stood up with his iPod, and that was the end of that, on the stage. It was interesting at that point. By the way, none of their record labels exist today. Not one of them. They just couldn't see it. Just going back to Peter. So actually, I want to probably just leave you with some weak signals. I'll do them quickly, because I'll feel free to have the slides and do your own research afterwards. But weak signals are things that you see on the horizon. You spot the weak signals. They're outliers. You try and pull them in. Okay, this is how we should try and, what the UNESCO Futures Literacy call anticipating the future. How do we create anticipation? How do we teach people to create anticipation? So we have our megatrends, and then you find these outliers of little spots of creativity, little spots of innovation, and they might give you the signal about what's about to come. And that was me at the end. That was my job at Factory, my boss there giving it that. My job was to go and find those new artists. And my job was to go and find the new bands. So I was trying to find the weak signals. And I was never, ever trying to find an individual. This is the myth of music, especially independent music. Never trying to find an individual. You're not trying to find the new David Bowie. What you're trying to do is you go to as many different things as you can, and you try and spot the signals, because that means something's happening. And out of that, a scene will emerge, and from that scene, somebody will crystallize it. So that's when somebody will appear, and they crystallize. But all they're doing is crystallizing a scene. So what you do is try and find, so I go to hip-hop clubs, I go to drum and bass clubs, I go to raves, I go to squats in Hume, I do all sorts. And if people are wearing the same trainers in each of those places, there was something happening. Because you start to see connections across those different scenes. And this is what Brian Eno calls scenius. It's the opposite of genius. There's no such thing as genius in music. It's called scenius. So scenes emerge because of collaboration, people working together, people sharing ideas, and then actually out of those scenes becomes a crystallization of that scene. We're all part of a social authorship. We all learn from things that have gone before. The idea there's that genius sat in a room on their own doesn't exist, I would say. Okay, so I'm going to give you 6 bellwethers, and then I'm just going to leave you to work out if there's any connection between them. So this is collaborative creation. I wanted to play a video, but Michael said we might get stopped by YouTube or something for streaming, so I won't play a video. So Colours is a brilliant new music, new artist platform. It is amazing. Go and look at some new music today. Go and put the playlist on. You'll have a great time. And what they've done is they've turned it into a DAO. So they said is, instead of like 4 or 5 individuals curating what music will appear, why don't we create it as a community? What's more interesting, the community is global, but not just Western global, truly global. So the eclectic nature of the music that's on there is phenomenal. So actually, by turning it into a DAO, they've made it better. So instead of 5 tastemakers choosing, they've opened it up for everybody to introduce their own exemplars of brilliance, of new emerging music from their communities, from their places. And that's leading to this form of community record labels. So I was the person that would say, that band's good, we'll sign that band, please. But actually, why don't we do it as a community and design together? So Dream Never Die Records, Los Angeles based, turn themselves into a DAO. They can be better by being a collective and a community, by co-designing the record label process. This is phenomenal. This is chaos. It was called Song Camp. Bit of a story about people like, I'm not going to say Kanye actually, Beyonce. So Beyonce, when she creates a record, she takes 30 of the best producers in the world, puts them on an island, they all write songs over a month, and then they get the songwriting, they get the rights to whatever they've contributed, and their album's released. So they've done a network version of that. So anybody around the world can contribute to co-writing songs together. They've then turned those songs into NFTs, they've then sold those NFTs. The rights to the music is in the contract, so if you buy it, they get paid instantly. There's no royalty exchange going off and getting lost. The black hole of the music industry royalties. It doesn't do that. Instead, it goes directly to the creators. But amazingly, they've put in a secondary clause in the smart contract, which means a little bit of money from every single sales goes back into a pot, which means what they do within the community, they create a universal basic income for the next writers that are coming through who need time and space to be able to grow and create music. So what they've done is created a really socialised microeconomy. They can do that because of the technology. Artist fan creation, Holly Herndon's turned her voice into an AI. You can now join the community and create art with her voice. So you're even decentralising the idea of who the artist is. This is phenomenal from an academic perspective. This is Water and Music. Water and Music basically publishes music industry research reports. They do it as a community. In academia, I'm not sure, Micheál, how long it takes. We do a bit of research and publish it, goes through peer review, yada, yada, yada. It takes quite a while to get out. Their peer review is the community. But I tell you what, they're earning a chunk of money monthly because what's happening is they're creating the most amazing market intelligence, global, collective, and then they're sharing the rewards created. And so all the big labels are paying for that market intelligence. Phenomenal business model. And then arts funding is my last one. And this is, interestingly, Infinite Machine is a film based on a book by Camilla Russo, who wrote about Ethereum. She sold NFTs, which gave you access to the DAO. I bought one. It cost me 100 quid. And you can join in. And actually, if you want to be part of the script writing team, volunteer in the DAO. I don't want to be involved. I'm just happy to go to the premiere, thanks. So I'll stand back. But you can really get active in any way that you want within that DAO. The director of the film is now going to be Ridley Scott. So now the community have built it. My value of my NFT has gone up, thanks very much, because Ridley Scott's part of it. The royalty stream which feeds back. We're starting to create really interesting economies. But you know what? They made it people first. First place you go, people first. Okay, I'm going to skip through those because I don't want to, because I need to go. But there's lots of different examples of DAOs around the world. Feel free to share the slides. I just want to say something about Carlota Perez, who's a Colombian economist. And she wrote a book in 2003, I think. Yeah, 2003. And she talked about technological revolutions that change society. She identified 5. She said all of them follow a very, very traditional, similar trajectory. So whether it's the steam and the railways, whether it's the age of steel, or cars, and oil, and then what she calls the ICT revolution. So she's saying that whatever we think the internet is today might not be the case. There's actually a longer story to go here and what the internet becomes. And what she says is that usually there's a period of like innovators, massive crash usually occurs because there's mass speculation. And then out of the other side of it, we as a society get a hold of this new tech and start to make it work better for us, rather than what happens here, which it works better for accumulation of wealth and finance and capital and all those things. So is the internet going to change? Quite possibly, but actually it might just go back to what it should have been in the first place. This is Tim Berners-Lee. The long view is a thriving, decentralised marketplace fueled by personal empowerment and collaboration. The end vision is very powerful. Enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Warren. I almost felt a little bit guilty because I wanted to keep talking, so I was conscious of time, but it was okay. No, I think it was absolutely fantastic. I think that things that I drew from what Warren was talking about is those that have a stake in it is the most fundamental thing to do with co-design, and I think everybody in this room realises we have a stake to play in actually making our regions more competitive, and I suppose it's about us considering how do we break down some of the infrastructure that stops us co-creating and co-designing, and get all of those different stakeholders working together to co-design. I could take one or two questions, but yes, David, I just would like to get the opportunity for Warren to get a question before I move on to the panel with Seamus. Is that all right?
First of all, thank you very much for a very informative and excellent presentation. Really enjoyed it. My question is this. In the world of education in Ireland, we're trying to bring together academia and industry for the greater glory. And listening to your presentation there under DAO, do you think the future could be that universities and industry could be teaching people by the DAO system?
Yeah. So I think, sorry, no, not just yeah. yeah, I think that's right. I think a lot of those organisations within, well, it's funny, you know, because I speak to students with Peter the other day, and it's like, we want to work at Deloitte or McKinsey and those kind of things. And it's really interesting that we've got this collaboration going, but I'm teaching thinking, but they're going to be disrupted as organisations in the near future. So that's an interesting, like, are we feeding that process, or actually is there a new process going to happen, which means we need to feed that new process? But in terms of education, one of the most powerful things that I've seen in this world is peer learning and co-learning together. So I definitely could see a way that we potentially... There's something called Wolf University. I'll finish with this, sorry. Wolf University means that I could run a course in the Peaks, you sign up to it, come to that course, live in the Peaks, I'll give you a credit, then you go to Bogota and you do something, then you go over to Paris and do something, and at the end, the Wolf University will give you a degree. So I think there's a decentralisation of that process within education. I don't know if that answers your question, but where I just see actually we're going to start to move away from centralised institutions to much more open, and hopefully, by the way, not replacing them, but just making us more collaborative and connected together.
Any other questions now before we welcome the panel? We all okay? Oh, Breda, sorry, apologies.
More for the question. You haven't reignited the child in me again, if you have. Sorry. The idea that you could be part of something that you have left behind many years ago, like now I want to be part of the Oscars, or go to be part of writing a book, or be part of a DOE. We forget that when we grow up because life takes over and you earn a salary. But actually that opens up a potential that we probably forgot since we were children, or the dreams that we had, and building the Lego and all of those exciting things. So I suppose for somebody who I suppose becomes boxed into life, the fact that design thinking can open up a door that we probably have forgotten because we got older. So quite inspiring, so thank you very much.
Good. Can I just stand on that, by the way, because I think it's really important, because I didn't really get into it, but the way that we've kind of... Peter mentioned Joseph Schumpeter the other day earlier, and there's Carl Polanyi who says we extract things away that belong to us, and in a way, music and design are things that are ours anyway. Like we're all inherently human, and we've kind of extracted them and put them into things we have to pay for, and it's like, no, they're just part of human existence, basically. So, yeah. Anyway, let's crack on. Yeah.
No, that's absolutely brilliant. I'd like to now invite Dr. Seamus Lennon, who will facilitate a discussion with Padraic Lynch, who's Programme Leader of the Masters in UX Design and Applied Innovation, Kevin Sexton, who is the Head of Innovation at the Alpha Innovation Centre, and Micheál Duibhir, who's Údarás na Gaeltachta. And Eileen Rafferty, unfortunately, couldn't be with us, but I think she was a great example of co-creation, where she was actually set up a filmmaker studio in Clenties, so hopefully get a chance to showcase her again another time.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just start off by asking each panel member to introduce themselves and their organisation. Padraic, can I start with you? Just a brief overview of your background and the organisation you work for.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Padraic Lynch. I'm a lecturer in design here at ATU, and I teach on the UX Design and Applied Innovation course. It's a master's course and it's been running for 4 or 5 years now. My own background is in multidisciplinary design, starting off as a graphic designer, more recently then into UX in the last 10 years, and I'm also an external examiner with international school called Hyper Island, and I look after their MA in Digital Experience Design. And their mantra has come into my head of today, and their mantra is to create dynamic and innovative cultures that accelerate long-term change. So we're hearing a bit of that going up today. But
and out of interest, that Masters in UX Design, is that a new Masters programme? Or?
We're into our 5th year of it now.
Okay. And is it popular?
Yeah, it's fully remote as well, so 100% online, which is a different way to handle design thinking.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you get chatting about that.
And how many, out of interest, how many students would enter each year? Is it?
Well, we've 15 this year, 15 last year as well, but they're mostly a mix between Irish students, UK, and then as far as Berlin, Tokyo, Brazil. You know, so a real good mix and a lot of co-design going on.
Yeah, great. Kevin Sexton, Alpha Innovation Centre.
Yes, thank you very much. So my name is Kevin Sexton. I've come back to the area after many years away from Ireland, away from Inishowen, where I'm from originally, and come back to head up the Alpha Innovation Centre, which is a development, significant investment by the Donegal County Council Economic Development Unit, and Enterprise Ireland, which will be part of a rejuvenation of, I suppose, Letterkenny Town Centre off the Port Road. We'll be opening in about 24 months. I'm here ahead of schedule to get the ball rolling. Previous to coming back here, I worked with the European Technology Management and Technology Consulting Company. I headed out their innovation team there. We had a significant investment where we basically were creating corporate spin-outs. Well, not personally, but coaching them through a system. I suppose I'm looking to bring that kind of thinking back and the processes and the repeatable processes that we use there back to the region here. So innovation, co-creation is very much...
Out of interest, how big would the Alpha Centre be?
Well, we're building 2 buildings. One of them is 20,000 square feet, the other is 40,000 square feet, so it's quite a significant footprint. I suppose Ivan mentioned earlier, how do we create that space, make that space for innovation to happen? That's what Alpha Innovation is aiming to be, that space. We'll bring all people together to experiment, research, and look for those opportunities.
And very significant space there, isn't it? Yeah. And Micheál Duibhir from Údarás na Gaeltachta.
Gurmaigh Seamus, Micheál Duibhir is I am dus Brimda Údarás na Gaeltachta. Údarás na Gaeltachta is the development agency for the Gaeltachta, the Irish-speaking areas in Ireland, and we're responsible for the cultural, social and economic development in the Gaeltachta or Irish-speaking regions. I suppose I'm primarily responsible for the development of the digital economy throughout the Gaeltacht regions, and I suppose one of my main briefs at the moment is the management of a network of digital hubs, the GTech network of digital hubs. They're a network of 25 digital hubs throughout the Gaeltacht and Island regions in Ireland, going from South Cork all the way to North Donegal. I suppose very similar in terms of the brief that Kevin has in development, innovation and collaboration. But because of the rural environment that the Gaeltacht areas exist in, we are very much, we're not just focused, we've got to focus obviously on the digital economy, but I suppose all social entrepreneurism and any type of organisation really that has the use of a digital hub to promote economic and social development in the Gaeltachta are welcome.
Excellent, excellent, thank you. So the panel is going to discuss co-creation, and I'll just kick off with one question. Obviously, you're all involved with companies, and when I think of iHubs and what used to be called campus company buildings, you had silos, little offices with companies in each office. And obviously what we're talking about today is collaboration and co-design and co-creation. So, and you're probably thinking about this a lot with your own organisations, but what can we do better, or what can we do to get organisations to work together, to co-create and co-design? Are you thinking of that with the Alpha Centre, how that can manifest?
Yeah, I think the whole concept of working together can be challenging, not only among companies, but even within companies. So I've worked with a lot of companies where you experience siloed thinking, and so the data team aren't talking to the finance team, and they all have their own agendas. So I think this concept of silos is something we have to accept does exist, and it's a challenge. I think we've moved from the concept of working as communities and hunting as a pack to now sort of even become more and more sort of a standalone, even within, as I say, those organisations. So a big task we have is to, I suppose, help businesses think about themselves in that sort of hunting as a pack mentality, that visual that was created earlier by Peter, that we either work together as a pack and hunt together for the opportunities, or we become the prey that's being hunted. Because, as Peter says, it's no longer if we're going to be disrupted, it's when we're going to be disrupted. And if you're not a business in industry, starting off, even a young startup, you should be thinking, it's when I'm going to be disrupted. And so we need to kind of be thinking about how we keep ahead of the posse. But, you're stronger together. So even thinking about it in a regional context here, sometimes we think about the opportunity that's in front of us. But as, we've just heard from Warren, the opportunities are global. And by working together, there's value to be extracted. So I think that's kind of part of the message we need to get out there, is working together, we're much more stronger. We'll go after opportunities together that we couldn't go after, chase independently. And it's just about having that confidence to know that the opportunities are huge, and they're actually far bigger than any of us on our own can tackle.
Yeah, excellent. And out of interest, does Údarás have a policy of trying to get people to... You talked about your digital hubs.
Yes.
20 or so?
There are 25 of them, 25. Yeah.
And is there a positive policy within those hubs to try and get people together and to cooperate?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. It's the fundamental foundation stone, really, of the hubs. And I suppose when we started out developing the digital hub network, probably 5 years ago now, we started off with I started off managing the GTech digital hub in Údarás. And when I suppose at the initial stages, we had a lot of people in a lot of different offices behind closed doors. And we just started our first event by asking one of the hub members to deliver a very short presentation on what she did. And she was an expert on Shopify and Facebook and on drop shipping. And she did a 15-minute presentation. And we invited everyone else in the hub along. And I suppose after the power of a cup of tea and a cup of coffee and the humble scone and the not so humble croissant, we had the canteen full, and that's where the magic happened. And at a very, very basic level, the collaboration started. The person who was the expert in Shopify and Facebook met with the guy who designed the virtual reality product. He didn't have any marketing expertise. He went along to her. She helped him to sort out buying some Facebook and Google ads. And next thing he's then selling with help from collaboration, somebody else in the hub. And that collaboration just, it's from that moment, that kind of sparked it. People were working together. So that was within an individual hub. Recently now, we've engaged, I suppose, in the secondary element of getting people working together. And we now have, we have meetings, events and conferences that all of the hubs attend together, and they're all done virtually. We've brought the digital hub managers together physically in the different regions. We actually have we have 7 GTech hubs in Donegal at the moment, and all the managers are meeting tomorrow just I suppose to meet up, swap ideas, talk about the experiences, and I suppose to help each other going forward, and I suppose swap best practices and tell each other what's working and what's not working. So yeah, the collaboration, I suppose we'd see ourselves as enablers of co-design, helping people to connect, helping people to work together and see the value of, you know, as Kevin says, you know, they're better together. Everyone has different skills, and if you can harness them all in a central kind of a pool, then everyone's going to benefit.
And Padraic, I assume with the Masters in UX Design, a lot of that is peer learning and teamwork and so on and so forth.
Yeah, we coming on to the Masters course, we have a wide variety of non-designers and designers coming onto the course. So some people just have an interest in designing for the end user, or there's a need within their business to do that. And because we're fully remote, we're doing the co-design remotely and online. I think that's a focus that we need to address just as much as the on-campus model or on-site, which is a difficult thing. The course started off with when we were all on-site, and then because of the pandemic, we evolved and became a 100% online then. But we've picked up on new tools to try and combat that. So we're using collaborative software online. Last year we started design thinking within VR, which was an exciting embarkment. So we've had teams working in that capacity. So there is lots of different ways that we can co-design, and it's as was said by Warren and by Peter, is to get the right people in the room, you know, which is a big thing. So everyone can be involved in the process, absolutely. And I think the more that we encourage that, the better. But there is still this. It needs to come from the bottom up as opposed to the top down. We're still having this problem, and the students that are coming on that are sent there by their companies are being sent there to try and bring this way of thinking back into their own company, where the staff are being trusted, or the end user being trusted to be the leaders, as opposed to coming from the top down. So I think as part of the co-design ethos, there has to be a bottom-up approach to it as well, I think.
Yeah, I'm reminded, I think it was Esther Quinn, are you still here? Her research in Sligo was that in the iHubs you needed work to get the collaboration, the cooperation going. I know in what was called the old iHub in the old GMIT back in 2000, I just started in 2004, and this young medical device company called Neuravi called into the chemistry labs and said, can we use the fume hoods over the summer because the labs were empty? And we gave them a facility, and a couple of the chemists would have given them some advice, and then roll on to 2019, and they were bought out by a number of different companies. I think Abbott funded it north of 400 million. So that was a nice example of yeah. He said he'd buy me a pint someday. That was my kickback. But no, the country earned a lot because Enterprise Ireland were major shareholders. You know, so it was definitely a good example of collaborative outcomes there. So I was asking before the conference, are there any examples locally or regionally of you know, we all know that the Irish economy is really driven initially anyway by the big multinationals. Are there any examples of multinationals collaborating in this region or in the country even? I'm myself I'm ex-pharmaceutical industry, and that tends to be very, very tight and you have to sign numerous documents to get in the door now as a consultant or as an advisor. They don't tend to share much, you know. But I'm just wondering, are there any examples out there of major companies in the region collaborating and a good positive outcome? Is that?
Well, Enterprise Ireland has the Disruptive Technology Fund, which actually encourages that whole collaboration. And the West region, specifically the West region, does very well out of it because of the pharma industry. So trying to work with colleges, but also work inter-company as well.
Yeah. And so the companies will take up that funding or that advice.
The opportunity.
Yeah.
It's very, very large.
Okay.
There's a company in Mayo now just got 4 million. The West region in general got 20 years, 40 million.
Okay.
The last call, so it's very big money for pure disruption.
Yes.
But collaboration.
Yeah. Okay. So and the West of Ireland got half that funding. That's interesting. And would most of that go into multinationals, or is it a mixture of?
It's a mix of both.
Yeah.
Some of the very innovative startups are in there as well.
Yeah, and certainly in the Galway region, you have the big medical device companies, and a lot of fallouts of those companies are, they break away, they set up a service or an aspect of R&D, and then they sell back in, and oftentimes they're then bought back in. So it's this continuous, it's a circular economy nearly, isn't it? So.
Seamus, I just make a contribution around that there. I mean, it's really interesting when you think of Galway and digital. It was done in Galway and I would scale down in that there, but what came after it, all those other organisations, because the expertise and the people who was there. So on the one hand, I'm going to put forward that if you look at County Donegal, the North West region, go back 20 years, or a little bit more when we were in the wake of Fruit of the Loom, and we had Primerica starting here. We didn't really have an IT digital labour market in Donegal 20 years ago, right? But Primerica came, Primerica employed, and what happened then after that was other IT or tech companies came to the North West region and said, you know what, there's a labour market there, we can poach some people from them there, right? Then other companies began to come here and they started to grow as well. So if you look at what's happening after that, then everything goes in phases. Next phase of that there is to see that once you get the certain critical mass in terms of that digital or IT labour market, then you begin then to see the startups coming and the spin-outs. And that's what we've begun to see here in the Northwest. And I'd say that, as you see, Galway's probably has been ahead on that curve, right? But I think the other big game changer for me as well has been the advent of broadband. That, coupled with the pandemic, is bringing more and more knowledge workers back onto the western region from Donegal to Galway. And I think we're never ever going to face an opportunity which is right for us. We're enriching fertile ground now to make a success of things for the next generation in terms of business and tech startup.
Yeah. It's interesting that the pandemic it did show us pharma working together with the vaccine development. You had different companies partnering with each other to get the vaccine out quickly. And I suppose, I'll probably finish up in this question and I'll put it to the panel and to the floor. I think Enterprise Ireland mentioned a second ago that there is funding available, but there are lots of examples of large competitors around the world who have worked together with very positive outcomes. And I'm just wondering, apart from the direct funding model that was mentioned there by EI, is there anything else that's needed in the region or indeed in the country that would augment or promote that type of competitor collaboration? What else can be done to get companies, not necessarily big companies, to get companies who normally compete working together? I think there is a term, co-opetition. Yeah. I'm just wondering, it happens obviously sometimes in times of crisis like the pandemic. It happened with big multinationals that they came together and worked together. But from the region or indeed from the country's point of view, what else can be done to encourage that to happen more frequently in the country?
Yeah, I think there's actually happening in the Northwest region to an extent. I know that one of our colleagues there in Donegal, Anne-Marie Conlon, is there, and the County Council are doing a lot of work to collaborate with the Derry's Strabane Council as well to develop the city region here. And I suppose, and I'm no expert, and Anne-Marie will be able to explain it a lot better, but I suppose you've got a contribution from the public sector, from the academic sector, and from business to promote the region, as opposed to companies going out individually trying to establish themselves here. So I think that's a very, very strong foundation stone here for Donegal. As Micheál was saying there, we've got a very, very good reputation now for fintech and for technology. And I think that the collaborative approach that we're taking there in terms of the Northwest region can only strengthen that.
Did you mention that's cross-border as well?
It is indeed, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's Donegal with
the Derry's Strabane councils to form the Northwest City region.
Yeah, I'd echo that one as well. I think that worked recently on the Smart Industries Group, did a design thinking facilitation with them, and it's industry and education working together to get work problem solved together, so co-design with a mix of the right stakeholders in the room, with people involved in projects, with designers, with a whole mix. So I think that's a good way forward. I think something that came up earlier on when Peter was quoting Schumpeter. He mentioned about companies making a bet. And I took down a couple of notes at the time, but that co-design is definitely it's a good bet at this stage, you know, because I've recently sat down with my wee fella who's a football fan, and we were trying to figure out who's going to win the World Cup. Well, Daddy was having a bet, and I was talking to my son, trying to get some information, right? So I got into the thinking of having a bet, and so we sat down and we went through the whole round robin format, and we went through and we worked our way to the final. Who's going to be in the final, you know? So I looked at the odds then on the bet, and I think England were 8-1. I thought that's not really a safe bet. So then I seen that Argentina and Poland or Portugal to reach the final was 33-1. So I thought Messi and Ronaldo, there's a safe bet that they're going to reach the final. So I started chatting to the young fella about who do you think would win it, and he says, well, Messi, because he needs it. So this got me around when it was been mentioned earlier on about the thought of needing something, and if you want something and if you need something. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here, but I will come back. I will come back. But if you had Ronaldo and Messi in the final, my thinking was that they both might want it, but Messi is the one that needs it because he has to get rid of the Maradona monkey off his back, you know. So, but we got round to that way of thinking about needs, and co-design is the safe bet. It's the 2-1 backer, and I think that's where we should be looking towards is the safe bet, and it's the obvious safe bet for me is co-design. Get education, get industry in the room together, and get co-design and happen well. Sorry for the spin off in the World Cup there, but the wants and needs that are required to have a safe bet.
Yeah. And you mentioned the Smart Industry Forum.
Smart Industries Group, yeah. It's a north-south group with education and industry trying to find ways to link up and work well together.
Okay.
Now it's in its infancy. It's only early days yet. But
and is that backed by an SFI initiative, or is it an Enterprise Ireland or?
Shared Ireland.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I might just add that nice should be into bet and needs. I think to get businesses working together and collaborating together and always together across industry and academia, all the players, it's back to that needs piece. So I've come from working with a company in Europe where we had 60 internal corporate spin-outs on the go by the time I left. We'd started a few years earlier, about 3 years earlier, with just 6. We committed significant budget into developing the mindset and culture throughout the organisation. We started looking at where the needs were for us as a business to be ready for disruption. And it was all down to that concept of bet. There was no point in us betting all our money in one horse. We needed to have multiple eggs in the basket because a lot of them would break, would come to nothing. But if we had multiple bets on a go, some of them, it's like how the pharmaceutical industry invests. You know, you know that maybe 80%, and the failure rate is really high. It is about 80%. But by having that basket of bets, you're increasing your chances of success. But you have to invest in that. You have to enable your people. You have to have multiple experiments going at any one time. So I think it's down to that kind of needs piece, the problem. And the problem is we're all going to be disrupted. It's inevitable. So how do we spread our risk? And business doesn't like risk. It likes to minimise risk. So if we can spread the risk as widely as possible, and that'll only happen by all of us working together. So I guess it's about finding the large FDI companies that are in the region that are of the right mindset, that are looking to reduce their risk, but also they're looking for future opportunities. As a gentleman earlier said, we don't know what's coming ahead of us, but we need to be out there questioning where is the next space for us all to be able to innovate, and to be able to do that together, to co-innovate with lots of different startups. I think as the theme around, the one central business being safe, it's now about being part of almost a network. That's kind of what we need to be thinking about. And I think as a region, we can really play to that strength. We can start thinking about how do we all work together. There's lots of great enablers in the region. There's lots of great industries. There's lots of great skill. And there is a lot of great collaboration happening already. Ivan, you'll know, and Maura will know from, say, for example, the engineering sector. There's a lot of great collaboration going on there between all the way from Killybegs up to Inishowen. Businesses are working together to solve problems, to spot opportunities, and to not duplicate effort. So there's a lot of good stuff happening. But I think we need to bring maybe some of the bigger players into the dialogue, into the conversation as well, and say, look, we are here, we want to work together, we want to help us de-risk and find those future opportunities. You know, it's to me it feels like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think what's important is even publicising the collaboration that's happening, because a lot of people wouldn't know that just say the engineering companies are working together, you know, so by making it more visible, it promotes it as well, you know.
Well, we had somebody in the room, one of the engineering businesses, Maura, you'll remember on the day, and he said, it's so refreshing, he said, to come out of the business, not to be working in the business, to be working on the business. He says, it's refreshing, and he's in the engineering cluster. He said, it's refreshing to realise all the exciting stuff is happening, and he says, we don't tell the story enough, so you're absolutely right.
Okay. Great. Thanks very much to the panel. Thank you.
Thanks to Seamus for facilitating that, and thank you to our panel members. I think the big thing is we have the infrastructure and we have the bones to enable us to kind of cooperate and co-design. It's just sometimes stepping outside of our own network or our own structure and taking that wee leap of faith. The thing that we would have found worked when I was dealing with engineers was creating a safe place, a place where trust can be developed and that you can find that you can air your common challenges. And I suppose days like this are what that's about, is to say, well, what's the common challenges that we all face in terms of getting a build on the resilience of our region, and also to identify the people that you can co-design with. We can't all co-design with everybody. That's just, we are humans by our actual nature. We won't click or connect with everybody. But finding the people along that whole network that you can actually do something meaningful with, because it motivates you and it motivates other people and it'll encourage other people to do the same thing. So thank you for that. I'm trying to move the slide, just so that you just remember our hashtags and just don't forget to share them. Oh, sorry. Now I'm on back. Anyway, innovation, entrepreneurship, and Atlantic Technological University, if you think. We're going to have a coffee break now, so you can re-energise yourselves and reconnect with somebody that you haven't spoken to before we then are joined by Stephen Kinsella for the Economists. But I think all of the different speakers, it's blocks of a picture. It's built into something, and it kind of, you know, Warren very well built on the presentation by Peter this morning, and I think Stephen's presentation will let us set the context in the world that we live in. So if you grab a wee coffee, and we'll get you back into the room then for the final session.
Okay. Um, I'm not sure. Am I supposed to just start talking? Great. Okay. Well, with that introduction, let me start by thanking the organisers, particularly Micheál Margey and Dr. Anne Burke, and of course Michael McGuckian for organising this event. I'm very sorry I can't be with you today. Unfortunately, my new head of department role means that my new head of department role means that I have to spend a fair bit of time hanging out with our students who are just taking their exams today for the first day of exams. So I can't be there, but I would dearly love to be. Michael's been very kind and invited me up a few times, and when I've been able to come, I've always been delighted. Not because of the sheer physical beauty of where you are, but because of the incredible attitude that everybody there has about getting things done and doing new things, and making sure that regional development and general enrichment of the locality is at the heart of everything you do. I just think it's a fantastic spirit that you bring to it. So I'm really, really pleased to be able to support anything like this I can. And I was shown the program of events, and it seems like you've got some amazing speakers there and some really genuinely innovative stuff going on. So I have a massive fear of missing out feeling just here in my chest, looking at all the cool stuff that's going on. But what I was asked to talk about today was to tell you a little bit about my perspective on a changing world. So a little bit about me. I'm Professor of Economics at the University of Limerick. I've written a lot about changing demographics, about where we're heading, about the big picture stuff really that we have as a society. And what I want to take you through is some of the recent research that I've done, and some of the perspectives that I'm sort of bringing to the study of this weird little economy that we all love. So if we think about a few things, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our weird structure. It's not that well understood just how strange Ireland is, and the whole island of Ireland, not necessarily just the Republic, is in terms of its weird structure. I'll talk about its strengths, its weaknesses, the forces acting on it over the next 8 or 9 years, and then of course the key enablers for us to focus on to really generate revenue to get things moving. And I think this is an important point that we need to come at very, very quickly. The state is going to get larger, and as the state gets larger, we're going to need to find ways to get revenue to pay for that. So everything from climate change to aging to migration to the various fiscal challenges that we've had. And it's a fundamental truth of modern economics that the private sector pays fundamentally for a lot of what's going on. So it's kind of worth looking at the Republic's economic demography. Like, what does this stuff looks like? What does it look like, and what is its value add? And so here's a really nice chart that I have made in collaboration with my PhD student Michael McMahon. And what you're looking at there, the bar chart on the left hand side of my screen, it shows the share of or the proportion of employees. The proportion of employees, the proportion of sorry, it's a little bit hard to see, so I'm just going to pull up the PowerPoint version of this so I can actually tell you what it says. The proportion of enterprises, so you can see there that 92% of all enterprises have less than 10 persons engaged in it. That's an incredibly strange statistic on its own. You can see that just 7% have 10 to 50 persons engaged. Just 0.2% have 50 to 249%, and 1% have 50 to 250 people engaged, and just 0.2% have over 250 employees. When you map that to the proportion of employment, right, what you see very quickly is that the very small firms with less than 10 people
employ about 26% of the workforce. 10 to 49 is just 7%. And then just 20% of workers are in the 1% of firms that are over 250. And you can see again, there's a kind of while it looks proportional, it's proportional in a skewed way. And then when you look to the final little bar there, you get the proportion of export value. The proportion of export value. So you can see that 70% of all our export value comes from 33% of the workers and less than 0.2% of the firms. That's an extraordinarily strange statistic internationally. There are only 3 countries in the world for whom that is true: Ireland, Hong Kong, and Singapore. You can see that the rest of the, in terms of its export value, the rest of the economy pales into insignificance. On the right-hand side now, you can see the share of value add by sector in each year, and you can see that it's pretty much 50-50. So the foreign-owned, multinational dominated sectors are about 45% of the economy, and then everything else, literally everything else, is just 56%. So, and that's pretty much 2 or 3 sectors, right? So it's a really, really concentrated amount of export value. If this was a business, you would say, oh, well, most of your value is coming from one product line or 2 product lines. You should diversify, and we'll get to that in a little while. And you can see even the proportional change over time is very strange. So I give lots of detail here, but that's the general picture here. I don't necessarily need you to read the text here. It's not super important. What is super important is that you understand that it is structurally strange. So if I was giving a class now, I would say, everyone should take this down. Ireland is structurally strange. And that's a very, very important point to make, because if it's structurally strange, what's important next to note is where the value added comes from. This is a measure of the profitability, if you like, of a certain sector. And what you can see is that depending on whether you look at a share of value add or as a share of employment, you can see that IT, utilities, and finance and manufacturing are pretty much the key sectors in the Republic's economy, and everything else more or less falls aside. So the more value add there is relative to employment, the more likely you are to be exporting, making more money for the country, bringing in foreign exchange, right? And then what is also certainly true is when you look at the ratio of the wages to the cost of production, CAGR, what you find is that these companies that have high export volumes, that are multinational dominated, tend to be high wage sectors too. And so you can see IT is 80,000 mean wage, utilities 72,000, and so on and so forth. And these data are relatively old. You're looking at a 6-year lag, but they're also the most comprehensive we have for the moment. And so you can probably scale this up by like 0.5 or so to get a sense of the more modern numbers. But what is certainly true is that multinational enterprises are skill intense, high value added, and deeply concentrated. This is the absolute key. So the main structural weirdness about our economy is the fact that so much of it is effectively owned by people who are not based here, and that creates lots of strange incentives and lots of weirdness here, there, and everywhere that we can talk about later. We are essentially talking about an economy that is in what's called an intangible gold boom. So I've described this in my writings on the currency a lot. So an intangible asset is something like a brand or a license or a patent or an idea or something like that you can have an idea and basically seal yourself some of the value of that idea. And just for yourself. So for example, the company Stripe, its basic algorithm is just 7 lines of code. That is patented and that is owned by John and Patrick Collison. And that idea has gone really well. The chart that I'm showing you on the right hand side, again, the text just backs up what I'm saying verbally. The chart I'm showing you on the right hand side is a chart from the OECD. And what you're looking at are trade balances. So this is the amount that goes out versus the amount that comes in to the economy in terms of intangible income. Okay, so these are non-physical, knowledge-based assets. And what you can see on the very, very left-hand side of that chart, circled in red, is Ireland. So Ireland is by far the largest exporter of intangible capital and the largest importer of intangible capital. And this is because these intangible assets, they scale with companies that scale. So Apple and Eli Lilly and other very large companies, when they're able to deploy intangible capital like this, and they use Ireland as a warehouse, we take a percentage of those assets because it's capital, it's taxed in a certain way, and that fuels our economy. And so this is a very, very important point, that you're only looking, by the way, at manufacturing now. If you look at services, you see the same skewed picture. It's just less skewed. We don't tend to do as well. You see Luxembourg there on the other side, and that's purely financial services. And so we have this very strange economy that's essentially in the middle of this gold boom of intangible capital. We warehouse it for others. We warehouse other people's ideas, or the intellectual property of other people's ideas. And in so doing, we take a little cut, and that's our basic business model. You could argue that that's a great idea. And 23 billion euros of corporation tax this year, it probably is a good idea. The very reasonable question one would ask is, will it last, and what's going to come next? So we're currently in the middle of a bit of a tech crisis. So you will note that lots of companies like Stripe and so forth are letting people go, and Facebook and all these other areas. I've mentioned that this is a hugely important part of the economy. And so you can see when you break it down, you go into the national accounts, as I have, look at compensation of employees, like just their wages, their pensions, their share options, and so forth. Add all those up, it's about 10.5 billion. In 2021. That's just for IT companies. Of that 10.5 billion, 2.6 is Irish owned, 7.9 is foreign owned. Okay, so this is a tech jobs crisis that's international. And what does it say about our development model? Well, the answer is, and this has surprised many people when I show them this data, the answer is not much. Okay, so we have been told that the enterprise strategy for the country is going to be changed. We have been told that there's panic in the various layers of officialdom about various layoffs. I have been very strong in saying that there needs to be no panic, because nothing about this has anything to do with Ireland. This is all about an interest rate change in the United States that's been mirrored in the rest of the world. That has caused the expected future cash flows of these companies to reduce. It's therefore caused a reduction in the value of their shares. And that recorrection alone, because of COVID, has caused a big change, a really big change in how tech companies are perceived. And they are then letting people go and doing all of those kinds of things. My argument here is that this is a correction. It's not a downturn. So we're going back to the level of employment we had in 2019, pre-COVID. And these companies simply got too big. So the Chicken Little running around the place going, oh my God, isn't this so terrible, feels like the wrong policy move. What needs to happen is tech workers need to be recycled into the domestic economy as quickly as possible, because they're high value, they're highly skilled, and their managerial skills are awesome. So it's very much not the case that I would be panicking and changing the enterprise strategy. Rather the opposite. I'd be doubling down and trying to find other things to do. So those are our strengths. What about our weaknesses? Well, our main weakness is productivity. So if you look, so productivity is essentially output per worker. How much stuff gets produced per person of working age? And stuff can mean anything. It can mean lectures like this. It can mean conferences. It can mean pizzas. It doesn't matter. The point is, we produce more. We sell that to the rest of the world. That earns us foreign exchange. We can do better things with what we have. That's economic growth. The fundamental issue with Irish productivity is that it's in two parts. There's multinational productivity, there's Irish domestic sector productivity. Irish firms and their productivity levels lag far beneath multinational firms, and there doesn't seem to be a suite of policies that are there to bring one up to the other. And this is really, really crucial. Ultimately, over the medium term, it's the productivity of your workforce, the productivity of your economy, the ability to house people, to have decent infrastructure, to have an architecture or an ecosystem of ideas where people can take ideas and take technical things and make them real. That's really where national productivity, national progress comes from. And if we don't find ways to rebalance this, we're in really deep trouble. Here, I'm just showing you that data on growing productivity gaps. So really, like, you can see the difference between the red line and the green line. One is just totally different from the other. And there are lots of reasons for that. One reason is digital technologies. So if I'm speaking to you now from the University of Limerick, from Limerick rather, not from the University of Limerick. I'm in Limerick at home, you know, this would not have been possible 10 years ago, really, to do without a television setup. Now I can do it from my son's bedroom, right? So we're able to match these gaps now in terms of productivity using technology. Some firms have not been able to do that, or have not had the ability to keep up with that, unfortunately. But you also find that lots of digital assets are often highly complementary with intangible assets. So if you're able to have really good branding, really good licensing, really skill-intensive, high-level work, it also tends to be the case that you've got an awesome website that you're able to sell to the rest of the world. You have Stripe enabled. All these kind of things tend to be sort of true, and you tend to have lots of really good managerial practices, like you're able to actually assess where you're going, you're able to have proper controls, and you're able to make things happen for your firm. So this chart, well, it looks a little bit messy to me. It hasn't come out really well. I'm just looking at it there because it looks like the text has basically gone all over the score. But I'll just talk to the text anyway. What you're looking at if you can look underneath the text or so, you're looking at the load of scatter plots. Okay, and histograms. And what these histograms show are the outcome of a bunch of studies from something called the World Management Project. And the World Management Project measures managerial quality globally. Okay, so basically it's a 1 to 5 score. Everybody is, if everybody was perfectly the same, their score would be 3. In Ireland, the average score is about 2.8. Right, so roughly speaking, we're kind of average, with big fat tails on the edges, which is that red box there. It's flat. If we were perfectly in the median, the distribution would look like this. In fact, it's kind of humpy. It looks like that. Relative to the rest of our comparator countries, we have a left tail of really poorly managed firms in this World Management Project. Okay, and what Van Reenen and his colleagues, John Van Reenen from MIT and his colleagues, have shown is that if you could give everybody the same managerial technologies, just techniques, as the top firms globally, so Amazon, Apple, and so forth, what you would find is a 30% increase in productivity. So 30% productivity, not by making a better product, not by making a more interesting brand, nothing. Just literally applying managerial technologies and techniques to your firm. Now, management is an art, but it's also a science. There are ways to teach this stuff. There are ways to learn this stuff. This is why business schools fundamentally exist, because management and management quality is something that can be improved via increased interaction. And this is the kind of thing, to me, as an economist who looks at the bigger picture, this is one of these like no-brainer things. Paul O'Connell talks about being amazing at the things that require no talent, showing up on time, having your gear ready, making sure that you know what the plan is. You don't need any talent for any of this. Ireland doesn't need any talent to get better at managerial quality. We just need to apply managerial skills across the total distribution of firms in our economy. And what you'll find is, even if you don't get the 30% increase in productivity, even if you got a 15% increase in productivity from the lower 20% of firms, you'd be absolutely flying. You'd really improve their overall outcome. And that's an incredible thing to strive for. The other thing to look at here are skills shortages. So Ireland is currently, relative to the rest of Europe, suffering a huge drought of skills, despite the incredibly high education levels of our population. There's skills in basic content, basic process, social skills, complex problem skills, system skills, resource management skills. So it's really, really deep and interesting that we, relative to the OECD, have these deep skills shortages, which implies a migration need. And if we don't have the skills to basically manage that migration, we're in a lot of trouble. But we have this skills shortage, which shows why there's such a deep need for the kind of work that ATU does and that UL does and others. You know, I don't want to speak for ATU, but UL is primarily designed to teach people who are kind of 18 to 24. And Ireland's lifelong learning statistics are pretty poor. Again, I don't know what they are for ATU, but if you assume the average across Ireland, you know, we have a long way to go. And I would view this graph as a huge incentive to try to think about what upskilling would look like, what managerial skill would look like for the professional classes and the business classes in Ireland over a greater period of time. Finally, we like to think about ourselves as a digital first economy, as one of the knowledge economies of the OECD. The truth is we're miles behind the average. We're 23rd out of 29th as a proportion of highly digitalized firms. This is a disaster for us. I wrote a report on this this time last year. I presented it to the minister. The minister didn't believe me when I told him that in order to, we would need 20 billion euros to approach the average here. And we would do very well if in 5 to 10 years we caught up to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. They couldn't believe me, but the data are there and they're incontrovertible. We're miles behind the curve when it comes to digitalization and really bringing our domestic firms up to the level where we expect the rest of the world to be. That red line there, Ireland tends to be extremely poor at exploiting our own intangibles. We're great at minding other people's, but we don't have a class of people or a big enough class of people who can take ideas and make them real. This is a really, really important point. People who can take ideas and make them real. And I think that's a very, very important thing to look at. Same here. This is just more data saying exactly the same thing. If we don't have this, if we don't create a class of people who have the entrepreneurial vision and the actual technical skills and who are not backed, who are backed by the state to do new things, have new ideas, make new products, sell them to the rest of the world, we're going to fall behind, and that's just that's unavoidable. That's just the mathematics of economic development will get us. So this chart here is the output of the latest piece of research that I've done with Maddie Landeman and her colleagues from Oxford, and this is part of Maddie's PhD work. And what you're looking at here is the proportion of multinational employment by sector. You're looking at 2.2 million data points here. So 0, the dark green there means that you're very unlikely to find a multinational company in that area. So if you can see construction and mining down there on the bottom right hand side, and if you can see over there at finance at the very top, it's kind of bright green there. You know, it's very, very clear that there's very there. You know, so yeah. Hang on a second. So that's sort of interesting and there. So when we look at these things, we see the skill relatedness of the Irish economy. What do I mean by that? I mean that this is a probabilistic map. It's a map of the interconnections between these areas. So the probability that if I move from construction to mining, I will move there because the skills are related. And you can see there agriculture is a little bit closer, but the probability of me moving from construction to finance is essentially 0 because they're so far away. And you're looking at a map, if you like, of the Irish economy where you would expect to find certain things close to other things, just naturally. You expect to find medicine close to medical devices, or medical devices close to healthcare. They're not at all. Medical devices are much closer to manufacturing. And when you think about things from a skill-based perspective, you can see certain skills connect up in a very interesting way. Sorry, my screen has gone black. Have I lost the PowerPoint? Oh, I'm back. Happy days. Okay. So that's the basic research there. And the basic research shows. Sorry, can everybody hear me? I see a giant 2 on the screen. Okay. Can everybody see me now? Yeah. Okay. So that's where we are. We're in a situation where we're a laggard when it comes to change. We're a laggard when we come to change. We are really in need of much greater managerial education, and we are in this intangible goal boom, but we don't have the skills to really take advantage of it. So, what should we do? Well, the first thing we have to be aware of what the major forces of change are. The first and major force for change is what's going to happen to the global tax system, right? So Trump started this with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Biden's American Jobs Act, the CHIPS Act that just came in recently. These are all massive changes to the nature of corporate taxation, but also industrial policy, what people are going to do. Anybody reading the Financial Times over the weekend would have seen Ursula von der Leyen saying, no, we're going to change the rules on state aid so that the European Union can spend more on European Union companies, which would be very good for us as regards things like wind power and so forth. The other major change is further growth in the gaps between productive firms and the rest. So productive firms will generate higher profits, and they'll get bigger, and they'll get bigger. They might absorb other firms, which makes these kind of monopoly or oligopoly situations happen, which are very bad for consumers. Those already winning the productivity race will continue to win. Those losing will either get eaten or die. That's a bad side. That's a bad situation to be in, unless, of course, you're within the dominant paradigm. The other issue here is changes to the nature of work. And if there's one book I could urge everyone to read, it's a book called Globotics. So what Globotics means is this is competition for high-value work, rather, between workers. So my name's Stephen. I've got a PhD. I'm in a bedroom in Limerick. There's no particular reason why you wouldn't listen to Stephen from his bedroom in Canada, or Stephen from his bedroom in Hyderabad, right? So there could be very simple changes because everyone's just down the end of an internet connection. If you have this competition for global labor, it will tend to reduce the global wage for high-skilled labor, increase competition, and probably improve outcomes for businesses, but it would probably mean the immiseration of some classes of currently protected worker, which isn't brilliant for the protected worker, but probably better for everybody else over time. The other issue is automation. So I don't know if anybody's tried ChatGPT yet, but I spent the whole weekend mucking about with this thing, and I'm convinced that the essay is dead. We are not going to be able to write give essays for our students anymore, because they're simply going to be able to type the essay into ChatGPT, and it's going to spit out a perfect answer. We're going to have to change our assessments. If that's true, then eventually people won't be requiring op-eds from people like me, because they'll be able to get the same thing off an AI, which will be even better. And then we'll find ourselves in a totally different world. This isn't doomerism. Perhaps the world doesn't need yet another op-ed from another middle-aged economist, but it's certainly true that there will be an employment shock from AI, and there's no general discussion about this. The end of the intangible gold rush, right? What happens when, for some reason, some tax change, some economic collapse, something like this, the gold rush ends and people stop locating their intangibles here. What's going to happen? There's no particular sense of it. The second thing there is trade regionalization. So we're moving to a world of increased protectionism and regionalization. The US is starting to say, oh, American jobs in American areas for American consumers. The Chinese are doing the same. Europe is pivoting. Where does a small open economy go? Our entire business model is being open to the rest of the world. If the rest of the world is closing, that's a problem for us. I'm not going to spend too much time on this last one. Climate change and decarbonisation. Climate change in Ireland means more flooding. More flooding means literally stranded assets. There's no particular difficulty there. And as you see here, I've given both upsides and downsides here. All right. So what does this mean for us in the end? I think there's a couple of ways of thinking about this. And I'm going to tie it to two forces. The first is the rate of change of digitalization. So if we're able to speed things up and get high rates of digitalization, and then the rate of change of corporate taxes, which funds most of our economy, is lower, then we're in a pretty good situation where we can generate vast fiscal surpluses, we can move things on faster, but fundamentally we can avoid lots of the downsides of a mass skill destruction. If we end up in a situation where the rate of change of digitalization is lower, there's austerity nua there. We have, fiscal deficits, lots of spending cuts on key services. Retraining levels are low, and there's a fair chance of political unrest because it's in this exact moment where the money's taken away, so the country has to run a particularly heavy deficit. That's when they have to impose austerity, and we know that leads to vast levels of political change. And so when you start playing around with these forces, I give 6. So you can go through each one of these with a pen and a bit of paper, as I have done, and you find that there is a combination of policies that's sort of relatively better for everybody. And the digitalization of the Irish economy is probably the best one that we can hang our hats on. Okay, how to take things forward? Nearly there, folks. Differentiate by sector. Some of the key success factors in different industries have nothing to do with the macro. They have nothing to do with the micro. I'll give you a very simple example. Biologics. They just happen to be in the middle of a boom in terms of edited vaccines and biologic sampling, whereas in the tech sector, they're in the middle of a bit of a bust. They're having a hard time. So sectoral specific policies will be very, very helpful. However, two general policies, extending digitalization and improving managerial quality, will be just better for people. There's a bit of a skill deficiency in problem-based thinking and in complex problem solving. If you think about what's common in each scenario, if you think about a big change in digitalization, if you had better training of the average person, they can cope. If you have focus on domestic value creation, you create your own businesses, then the multinationals going away or intangible boom leaving, that leaves us in a better situation because you have something that is yours that others cannot take away. If you can scale quickly using the zero marginal cost nature of digital capital, you're probably going to do better anyway, right? Because you can sell to the rest of the world and you have that export discipline. And then in all scenarios, you need to think about adjusting your industrial strategy. Our current industrial strategy of it's worked for the last 70 years, lads, let's keep going, isn't going to work into the future because the future is so much more uncertain. So with that, I will pause and I will thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Stephen. You've given us plenty to think about. Both good and a little bit of things that we need to give a wee bit more thought to in terms of how we work together. But the good thing from what you're saying is, I think we have all the right people in the room to be kind of thinking about the solutions to some of those challenges that we face, definitely in this region, and there's an appetite to work together. What I'm going to do, Stephen, is ask the floor if they want to ask any questions of you, if that's okay, and we'll relay that back to you.
Love to, of course, yes, please.
That'll be brilliant. Any questions from the floor before we get to the panel discussion? They're all fiercely quiet. Oh, John Magee from the Local Enterprise Office in Mayo has his hand up.
One really quick question is, Stephen, you talk about the extent to which we are dependent on corporation tax from multinational companies, and you make the inference that that corporation tax is dependent on the corporation tax rate. To what extent is it also dependent upon the kind of work that those companies are doing, and is there resilience there? Or are we actually looking at, if the corporation tax rate changes, are we actually looking at mass exodus of those companies?
Great question, John. I think I heard about 2/3 of that, but I get the basic gist of it. I think companies are here for a number of reasons. A large part of it is the taxation issue, but a lot more of it is just the fact that we have a stable system that provides lots of stability for them and a platform into Europe and back to the US. One of the things that I've been arguing for recently is something called the Unitary Patent Court. So Ireland is not, unfortunately, a signatory to the Unitary Patent Court. The idea here being that if you're in Mayo and you're an SME with 12 employees and you've got a brilliant idea for a new kind of widget, you can't actually patent that and have that patent go all the way across Europe. It'll only go for like 4 countries or something, where it's only enforceable across 4 countries, and it'll still cost you 100 grand. Unitary patent goes across 40 countries. And Ireland is not set up, unfortunately, to be part of that, because we need a referendum to get that jurisdiction of that court put into our constitution. But also fundamentally, because England or the UK has now left the European Union, there was to be a court, a resolution court in London. We can actually have that court be in Dublin or in Letterkenny. It wouldn't matter. I mean, and that would make that place a gold mine for resolving patent disputes, and it would really help us in the same way it helps Delaware. Delaware is not there because it's a tax haven. Delaware is an incredibly helpful place to incorporate, because if anything goes wrong, there's a really speedy dispute resolution process in the Delaware courts. And so when Elon Musk got sued by Twitter before he bought Twitter, he was actually sued in the Delaware courts because that's where Twitter is incorporated. So things like that would really help. But to go back to your question of like, if something changes, would they all leave en masse? The answer is largely no. And that is because large parts of the multinational infrastructure here is built on a 10 to 15 to 20 year capital cycle. So what you would see is basically a burn down of that over 10 to 15 years, then followed by an exodus. And so we saw that in 2008, 2009 here in Limerick and Dell. But the thing that has really struck me and has really kept me awake at night, to be perfectly honest with you, John, is Intel's decision not to locate their Intel fab. I think it's the 5th generation fab in Oranmore in Galway. The fact that they didn't locate there was to me a huge signal that Ireland is not currently at the level of infrastructural development such that companies like that felt like they could locate here. And I really took that as a really strong signal. I wrote a lot about it at the time. I spoke with various ministers and people like that about it. The goal of industrial policy in Ireland should be that a decision like that by an Intel can never happen again. Because it was, to me, it was a sort of a high mark in the development of our country. The fact that we couldn't get this thing, which was like, this is not just another fab like the one in Leixlip. This is the fab that makes the fabs. It would have made us geopolitically significant in the way Taiwan is now, and we weren't able to swing it. And it went to Marburg in Germany. And I viewed that as being hugely significant. Sorry, that was a bit of a rant, John. I think I answered your question, but I kind of went all over the place as well.
There's something else to think about as well. Is there any more questions from the floor? No? Stephen, thank you so much for your presentation and for your time, and it was good that you could join us virtually. I know people were looking forward to hearing your talk and getting some inspiration and giving us something to think about. I think the good thing is that we have a lot of the infrastructure in place to enable some of those challenges or to support some of those challenges. The challenge is, from what you're saying, is more about the pace at which we adopt some of the support systems that are there, and we move to kind of into a position of maybe leveraging the strengths that we have, but also to just not stand still and wait for something else to happen. We need to be moving and moving in that direction.
Stand.
But listen, thank you so much. We're going to move on to a panel discussion, which will be from some of our agencies that are operating in the space.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
What I'd like to do now is invite Dr. Breda McTaggart to come to the stage again. We'd like to invite Méabh Conaghan, the Regional Director for Enterprise Ireland West and North West, Allan Mulrooney of the Western Development Commission, if you'd take your seats here please, who acting CEO, but he's very familiar with all of this because he's been there and he's been working at the Atlantic Economic Corridor for some time. John Magee for the Head of Enterprise, and in the university we have 4 local enterprise offices that are kind of are part of our kind of region. So John is here and speaking on behalf of those in the region, and also Anne-Marie Conlon, who is Head of Economic Development for Donegal County Council, and Breda will lead that conversation now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like the panel, if you wouldn't mind, and we'll go from yourself on over, to introduce themselves very briefly and your company that you come from and your main role. It'll be helpful for our audience before we start. Would that be okay? Anne-Marie, if you don't mind.
Thanks very much, Breda. So I'm Anne-Marie Conlon, I'm Head of Economic Development with Donegal County Council, and I work really closely with my colleagues in the local enterprise office under Breda. So my role is very much around looking at, I suppose, strategic interventions that will support economic development and job creation in the county. So it's everything from looking at property solutions to looking at developing the Donegal Place brand, to looking at the new Business and Innovation Quarter in Letterkenny, which contains the Alpha Innovation Centre, to working with our colleagues in Derry and Strabane in terms of promoting the region from an inward investment perspective. So a big remit in terms of economic development.
Thank you. So I work with Enterprise Ireland. I'm the Regional Director for the West and North West regions, so covering really the footprint that the ATU covers all the way from Galway up to Donegal. So Enterprise Ireland works, as many of you will know, to accelerate the development of Irish Indigenous enterprises into global markets. And an awful lot of our work is around what today's conference is about, is making and trying to help companies to become more productive, more digital savvy, and more competitive in the marketplace. It's very, very difficult to export unless you have a very compelling USP and also a very well-tested CVP or value proposition. So Enterprise Ireland does an awful lot of work with our companies doing that. We also work with the Alpha project and very similar projects that Anne-Marie mentioned, so investing in the infrastructure to support companies and so that companies can co-locate with other companies so they can work again around all the discussion that's been going on here. Before I took on the role of Regional Director, I worked an awful lot with startup companies, mainly in food but also in tech. So I'm kind of bringing a broad umbrella focus to the new role. Thanks.
Thank you.
Afternoon or evening at this stage. Always nice to see there's still some people here this time of the day. It's been a fantastic, brilliant day. My name is Allan Mulrooney. I work with an organisation called the Western Development Commission, and for about 4 years I've been Head of Communications. My outgoing CEO is now joining Údarás na Gaeltachta as of this week, and I'm taking over as interim CEO, so very happy to be doing that. We have a number of, I guess, facets within the organisation. We're the smaller sister organisation, I guess you could call us, from Enterprise Ireland, but we do operate under a different department, Department of Rural and Community Development. But it does overlap in some instances, so very happy to be sharing the panel with yourself today. We have an investment fund team, and it's the only investment fund of its kind within the country, so it's an evergreen investment fund focused solely on the west of Ireland, and we often do co-invest with Enterprise Ireland. That fund is nearly reaching 100 million now, so it has grown substantially over the last number of years, and a lot of that has come out of the medtech sector, which has come up a lot today. So the success within that has come out of the medtech sector, and that has been predominantly focused in Galway and some of the other major cities and towns, as opposed to maybe the more regional communities, and that's an issue we're hoping to focus on.
But one thing, if I could focus on, is this idea of the west of Ireland becoming a test bed for innovation, and the idea that we can create innovation here and it can grow. So we no longer need to wait for Dublin or London or elsewhere and to pick up the bits and pieces. That collectively, and it certainly came out today, that as a region we can work together to showcase what's happening and then amplify that on a global scale.
Thank you, and John.
Hi, good afternoon. John Magee. I'm the Head of Enterprise and Economic Development in Mayo County Council. So in Donegal it takes 2 people to do it. Anyway, sorry. So local enterprise offices, there's a local enterprise office in every county in the country, and effectively local enterprise offices do 4 things. The first one is the whole area of business advice and guidance, so that sense of just talking to people. Second thing is enterprise support, and we support certain kinds of enterprises, manufacturing or internationally traded companies, ideally with the view to them scaling and becoming Enterprise Ireland companies. The third realm then is entrepreneurship support, and we've heard a lot about that today in terms of networking, working with individual types of people and mindset change and cultural change around entrepreneurship as a career. And finally then there's the local economic development services piece, where local economic stuff like, for example, innovation hubs, that sort of an entrepreneurial ecosystem, accelerator programs and whatnot. Effectively, Leo's push 5 key agendas: the innovation agenda, competitiveness agenda, export, digital, and the green and decarbonisation agenda. So everything we do is ultimately about pushing those 5 things.
Thank you very much. So I have a series of small questions, and then I'm going to open it to the audience as well in case they wish to ask any questions. I suppose you all have a different perspective, but the same goal at the end of the day. So it's how you might support regional development. And so I'm going to start with a question. You have kind of alluded in your summary as well. But if we'll start with you, we'll come back that way. Okay? What supports are available to businesses in the region, do you think? Now, we're talking from Mayo right up to Donegal, obviously the whole northwestern corridor, to innovate or adapt, because we've heard about adaptation quite a lot today. So if I open it up to John first, and then I'll go to Allan and then our colleagues at the end, and just simple ideas or things, practical things that organisations might do to support adaptation and innovation, which is the key.
Okay, so thank you. So when I talk about innovation, ultimately what you're trying to do is to begin a conversation with micro-enterprises. I'll go back to some of the points made earlier. 92% of companies in Ireland are micro-enterprises. Micro-enterprises mean there are fewer than 10 employees. Most of those companies do not believe that they have any business or have any role to play in innovation at all. They don't believe that that's something that impacts them or they need to be thinking about. It's a bit of a generalisation, but most of the people we deal with, that's the situation. So effectively what you're trying to do is to begin a conversation with them. You're starting to have a conversation and put somebody in place with them, a mentor of some sort of expertise or generic background that can have a conversation with where are they at, what sort of challenges are they facing, where do they want to get to, some sense of their ambition, all that sort of stuff, their capacity, their skill sets, their market, all of that, with the view to just nudging them a little bit along that continuum. Mm-hmm. Okay? So for each of the agendas I spoke about, that's ultimately what you're trying to do. So the supports that are available are a combination of soft and hard. Everything from literally a mentor who can go in, and we can be incredibly creative around this by putting in place people either with technical, specific sectoral background or generic background who can come in and just begin that conversation with them and start to talk to them about the future, about megatrends, about the kind of things that we've heard today. And I can't help but think, though, just a reflection, slight aside from the question you asked me about the extent to which how many enterprises or businesses are part of this conversation that we're having here today. And I don't know what the audience is, but I suspect not many businesses here. And I think we're a very real issue of that echo chamber idea and the need to bridge that gulf between the kind of work that we do and the kind of supports that we have and all of the financial supports and others that we have available to us and the potential take-up of that from micro-enterprises. All of us are in effectively pushing various kinds of support to companies of varying sizes between us and Enterprise Ireland, WDC and others. But I think a lot of that is appearing as white noise to lots of very, very small businesses. So we're going to have to bridge that gap and really get beyond that and have conversations rather than sending people emails or rather than pushing stuff out on social media and so on and so forth. So a big part of what we're doing is trying to work out how we're going to do that. How are we doing that? Ultimately, it's simple. Ultimately, it's about boots on the ground. It's about getting people in there to have those conversations with micro enterprises. The challenge is all of the admin burden and all of the other stuff that has to be done, and that sort of bandwidth sort of pressure that you're under to do stuff that you don't have the time to do. But there is an incredible amount of support available, soft to hard, financial support, technical support, agile innovation, and Méabh will talk about that. We can do feasibility grants. Effectively, no matter where you're at, your micro-enterprise, there is a support in this country available. And ultimately, the challenge is, rather than us saying we can do this, this and this, it's about trying to find a way to have those conversations so we can intelligently co-design with those businesses the kind of support that they individually need.
Thank you very much. Allan, do you want to add anything to that?
I think he's covered it all. But
Méabh, would you like to add anything at all?
I was going to, if I could just for a moment,
please.
I think just following on from some of what we've heard today and listening to the people ground up, I think that's been a key theme that's come through. One of the projects that we're working on is called connectedhubs.ie, and this is building on a lot of the great work that Enterprise Ireland did over the years, and what was mentioned earlier with Údarás and their hubs that they have across their remit. And from the very beginning, about 2.5 or 3 years ago, which is very small in terms of the timelines that we all look at, we've been listening to the hub managers and the hub users within that space to find out what it is that they need and then to build an ecosystem around that. I think that was a key theme that I heard come out from today, and certainly what was just mentioned is there's lots of agencies doing very good work sitting around the same table, but often for the users, they don't quite understand who's selling what from what side of the table. So how do we make that a little bit more simplistic for them?
Thank you. Méabh, anything you would like to add?
Well, I suppose our new strategy is called Leading in a Changing World, and I don't think any company or any of ourselves have seen so much change and so much crisis than in the last 4 years. So we often talk about agile and we talk about pivoting and we talk about all those things. Companies need to be more agile more today than ever before. And look, at John has outlined all the supports. We mirror nearly all the same supports that the Leos have. We work very closely with Brenda and my own colleague Kevin in the audience. What I would say to any business, either here today or that will watch the video, lift the phone and ask whoever, what support can you have? But going back to what Padraic said in his talk earlier about needs and wants, we get a lot of people ringing us up saying they want something. But actually the system we take is we look at the overall business, we look at where the strategic plan is for that business, and we look at what their needs are to get them where they want to go. If they haven't got a strategic plan, we have loads of supports to help companies to get there. So there's loads of work. Like, we have innovation monies, we have digital money, like we have advice. There's a plethora of good consultants, very, very good experts in the field that can come out and help any company. So if it's starting a brand new business where you might go into new frontiers, or if you're at the stage where you're at 1 million and you want to get to 5, you're going to need a plan. There is support there from all the agencies and from the council, WDC and everybody. Lift the phone and ask, and we'll try and help you to get there.
Thank you. Marie, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I suppose maybe just in terms of the work that we're doing locally ourselves through the Alpha Innovation Project, and I'm going to steal Kevin's thunder here and steal his story, but I suppose in terms of the methodology that we're looking at in terms of driving innovation, it's around looking at those early adapters and targeting in and focusing in on those businesses that we feel will be early adapters and working with them to get them to a place where I suppose really where they can be the role models, if you like, for other businesses in the area. So if we're working, for example, in the engineering sector, if we're working in the tech sector, it's kind of looking at those businesses that are ready and willing and able to go, and to use those then as the, I suppose, as exemplars, if you like, moving forward. So that's kind of the strategy we're looking at in terms of the innovation piece. And again, a lot of the work that we're doing is around looking at clustering and looking at the impact and I suppose the strength that clustering can bring and how businesses working together can drive that innovation as well. So there's a lot of stuff kind of happening locally, and there, as the folks have said here, there's a lot of supports available for businesses, and we do engage with businesses and we do speak to businesses, and I think they have to be at the core of everything that we're doing. So that's kind of the approach that we're taking locally ourselves here, Breda.
You've probably answered most of my questions on my sheet, so thank you very much for your comprehensive. But I suppose what I really take from what you're saying is, and something we would see in our undergraduates, I think, across the colleges, is networking is key, and sometimes they don't understand that, particularly smaller organisations mightn't understand it. The soft skills, please don't forget them. They're really, really important to companies and for people working together. And it is very refreshing to hear all the wonderful supports available. It's just about opening that door for the first instance. So I'm going to ask you to really come out of your role per se and ask you, we are a very geographically dispersed region. We are sometimes the forgotten corner, some people would say, but the most beautiful corner, but the forgotten sometimes. So if you were to stand, if you had the opportunity to advise government, let's say, on how they would best maximise opportunities in this region, one thing would you say to them about what does this region need, or how to maximise all the potential? And that is worrying about those small industries, because we're so dependent on them and they're so value added and valuable to us. But what would you say if you got the voice in the right fora for this region to support them? I'll start off with...
Is it just one thing, Breda?
No, I'm only going to
I have the list. I have the list ready.
One thing, because I want to open the floor to the audience then, if you don't mind. One thing.
Absolutely. Look, I suppose from our perspective, and the one thing that's in my mind as I'm speaking in terms of the work that we're doing at the minute, and that is our infrastructure. If we are looking at government, we are looking at what it is that we need as a region to compete. It is our infrastructure. For example, we don't have a 220 kV line here in the northwest and in Donegal, and when you consider the potential that we have in terms of offshore wind, we have that potential there. We have investors and developers ready to go, but they can't get the energy from the offshore to the market, and that's a big issue for us. So we're, in terms of looking at the likes of the 220 kV line, today that's my priority. Next week it'll be the roads, it'll be the rail, but really it is, I suppose, it's speaking to that infrastructural needs that we really need government to be stepping up for this region.
Okay, it's going to get harder as it goes over, because you're not allowed to say infrastructure, so go to the next. What would you like to, if you got the opportunity to say one thing our region needs?
Well, I suppose listening to Stephen Kinsella there was quite shocking in one way, but obviously very interesting. I thought if we had this 20 million that he mentioned for digitalisation, it would allow us all to be able to go out and really, really promote it. Because the small guys that are working in the business and not on the business are missing that trick. And so perhaps this multi-annual funding, because we tend to get annual funding, which is very hard to plan. So multi-annual, but really giving us maybe some funds to really, really make sure that everyone is digital savvy.
Thank you very much. Allan, over to you.
For me, the focus would be to start looking more long-term. So the challenge, like most European countries, if not global at the moment, is that we are caught within electoral cycles, and often is the case when there's so much disruption coming down the tracks, we aren't looking at what this region, what this county, as you say, needs 10, 15, 30, 40 years from now. That should be the focus, and that should allow us to look at it county by county, and then as a region overall, and plan for that, along with education and education, industry, and the agencies around the table.
Great, thank you. John.
I'd answer slightly differently. I'd say, what is a region, and what is this region? And if the truth be told, how much does Letterkenny have in common with West Mayo? You know, and is actually in any sort of a meaningful way, is that a region? Question mark. I think we're really, really good in Ireland at thinking in terms of counties. You know, everybody knows where my county starts and finishes, whether it's a football team or whether it's whatever it is. And I think we need to start challenging that mindset and actually thinking about what is a region and why does it matter and why is it important, and start to identify the things that can only be achieved on a regional basis. That's why the work, for example, of the WDC, the NWRA, these regions, the work of David Minton and his team, they're trying to actually challenge us to think beyond our own counties, to think what can only be achieved when we work together with our neighbours. I think that's massively important, that mind shift piece. I'd love to see the government actually support the Atlantic Economic Corridor, actually support it, with funding, with resources, positively discriminate towards it, to give us as LEOs, for example, the opportunity to, mindful of the fact we're in not just a disadvantaged region, but a region that's falling further behind at an international level, the opportunity to positively discriminate in that context, to give, frankly, more support to enterprises compared to what can be done in the east of the country. So we've got to actually use policy tools like that, and I want the government to actually give us the tools to address that regional imbalance.
Very impressive answers, folks. I would like to open it to yourselves now for any questions. Yes, Michael, your hand is up there.
I'm going to make an observation, if you don't mind.
Yes, I would love it.
It's an occupational hazard academia being microphone. Take two. I never thought I'd need a microphone, but there you go with my voice. But anyway, so I'm going to make an observation, just reflecting what people have been saying. And if you look in the UK, whether it's a success or not, they have a positionality, and they've termed it levelling up. And when I look at, when you define regions and that there, you can define regions because of geography. You define regions because of commonality, whether it's language, whether it's history. Some of them become nation states, some of them become countries, some of them become counties, some of them become localities, like even the differences between Ballyshannon and Bundoran and South Donegal can seem like 1,000 miles away and things like that there. But when I reflect back in the last 2 years, I'd say huge positives in a way. I always believe there's thousands of opportunities out there, but I think the adaptability and the agility of the business community, in every sense of the word, to adapt and be flexible throughout the pandemic has been nothing short of exceptional. So business is really good at being adaptable and flexible and moving and changing the things at speed. The other thing I'd say too, as we move into the future, where we have a really large competitive advantage, and this is the merging now of the world of work, the world of investment, and quality of life. In the western region that we live in, northwestern region, the quality of life that we have is exceptional from multiple aspects, in terms of the greenness of it, safety, security, education systems, etc., etc. When you compare it to other places in the world today. So what I'd be saying is, from ourselves as public service organisations, from the business community and that there, we really have to challenge central government for the levelling up investments that we need in the region. That's what we need. I've said it multiple times on the record, where I've said it, I think we've got a very astute business community, very astute local governments, very astute higher education institutions in our region as well. We've a really good shared understanding about what we need to do. They need to make the investments, they need to put the money forward, and we'll make it pay rich dividends. That's what I really think needs to happen. I've heard loads of talk. I see people have things figured out. What we need is the investment behind it to make it happen. So apologies for speaking too long there.
Colleagues, do you want to answer anything to that at all? Or you, if you said anything else? Okay. Seamus, you'd like to come in there, please? Yeah?
Just a question following up from Stephen Kinsella's one of his graphs, that the survey showed that Irish enterprise was very, very poor on people management skills. Does that surprise you? And what do other countries do that we don't do so that they're not in that position?
My sense of that, to be honest, is a function of the dynamic in terms of the size of our companies. If you're a micro-enterprise, if you're 4 or 5 people, you're doing everything. If you're that capacity to actually to do the management development stuff, we as local enterprise officers around the country are turning our hair out trying to get small businesses to buy into management development programs of various types. Honestly, frankly, a lot of time they haven't time. They just don't have the time. The very small proportion of companies with 50, 100, hundreds of employees, they have the capacity and the time to take time out to do that sort of management development, become better at people management. So my sense is that we're bad at that because of the dynamic in terms of the types of size of our companies.
So in a sense that it is skewed?
It just reflects the reality on the ground. We don't have enough medium and large size companies. That's only my sense of it.
Any other?
Well, I think the data perhaps isn't skewed. We do find in the smaller companies that they're working in the business, as I said earlier, and not really on the business, and they're afraid to take a day out because the fire's still going on in the background. So there is a challenge for us all to do that. It's, I think our education industry now has improved that because there are micro-credentials, and I think even with COVID and stuff being online now, people are certainly starting to move. We would have management development programs as well. Leadership for Growth is one of ours that has kind of been modelled on Stanford and now has worked with an international education system in Barcelona. We demand that our companies take a week out every quarter to come and do that time. And to a person, they say that that is the best week they've done for their business in the previous 10 years. Because you have to come out, you have to speak to your peers, your colleagues, people that are not competing with you, and find out what is the best thing to do. So it is a challenge for all of us in the room, because there are a lot of educators in the room. We need to get companies into industry and out of their industry, out of their day-to-day, to speak to each other about how to improve. So it's something we all need to be working on.
I would ask the question, is there then an opportunity for the ATU? The ATU is in a very positive position. There is no other university that covers so much landmass, and there's no other region with the same challenges across the whole western seaboard. That lifelong learning piece is now incredibly important for all of our companies across the region. So how can they embed themselves now at a time that we need it most in order to future-proof that?
Given us the job, I think, folks, to consider a little bit more. But thank you very much. Any other would like to add to that? Are you okay? Any other questions?
Can I just add one more thing? One thing we've seen from our own research is sometimes the CEO or the founder isn't perhaps the person that needs to come out.
Yeah.
So we have started recently trying to target the middle management. So asking them to look behind them and say, well, who's the next person? Because maybe they can take the day out or the half day out. So again, it's like just looking at it from slightly different.
Or maybe there's an opportunity for, rather than them coming out, for people from ATU to go in, and to spend time on the premises and kind of doing that reverse kind of relationship thing, that there was possibly something in that.
Definitely, even in terms of work placement and grad starts and all that. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay. Can I just thank for myself the panel for joining us today and giving us a wonderful. Sorry, that's okay, please.
We wouldn't want to miss an opportunity for one final question.
No,
please
do. Sorry, folks. You've alluded to some of the commentary just in the last couple of minutes here, but I suppose what I would ask each of the panellists is, in terms of ATU, Orla this morning mentioned that we were anchor tenants in the region and all of the things we should be doing, and obviously we're going through our transformation and integration phase at the moment, which is keeping me awake at night. But I'd like to ask the panel two parts to the question. First off, what is ATU doing well or could do better and should continue doing, or what are we not doing that we should be doing to complement what we've heard what each of the four organisations do? So how can we be proactive in supporting you, working with you, collaborating with you in that space? So maybe what are we doing well that we can keep doing, or what are we not doing that we should be doing? Thanks.
Okay,
thanks.
Thanks very much.
I
know, absolutely. I have to be very diplomatic.
Good man.
Given the home I'm in today, I have to be very diplomatic. No, I think what and from the, I suppose really from our perspective, the ATU are great partners. They're really very, very good partners, very good to collaborate with. And that whole sense of collaboration, that whole sense, and I know this is a wider regional thing, but I know even from a Donegal perspective, the team Donegal putting on the Donegal jersey, that type of thing. So very, very strong partners, and that is, and that goes right across the board in terms of all the work that we do, in terms of our Northwest City region work, and in terms of all the engagements that we have. So in fact, we would meet on a monthly basis with the ATU team just to kind of share what we're doing, share what they're doing, and looking at ways that we can work together. So we have a very strong relationship there, and that works really well. And I suppose really it's around building on the capacity around the R&D piece. That's the piece that I would like to, they're already, the ATU is already doing it, and it's about building and strengthening that element of it. And again, actually, the other area that the ATU are really strong in is around that industry and industry academia learning and training development, and that's really strong, and to continue that approach. And that's actually quite unique. Whereas we kind of take it for granted when we were out in the US a few weeks ago, and that workforce development approach, that industry-led workforce development approach is actually very unique. The fact that it actually works here, people talk about it in other locations, but they don't actually do it, but it is done here, and we've seen the, I suppose, the rewards of that in terms of the growth of the companies, particularly in Letterkenny and throughout Donegal. So that's, I suppose, really in terms of that, that's what the ATU do really well, and it's that whole collaboration, being good partners partners, and again to work with ATU in terms of building R&D capacity to continue to build that cycle of economic development in the county. So.
Thank you very much. Méabh, would you want to add?
Yeah, so what happens really well is the campus incubation centres I find across, because I have a regional brief, so the iHub in Galway is very much dedicated now towards life sciences and medtech and has had more award winners in the last 2 years than ever before. They've become slightly sectored, so which is really strong for them. And I suppose as a city region they can have that, whereas Sligo and Letterkenny may not have that. But having the campus incubation, pulling from the R&D and the comp fund money that's coming through from research, marrying that then with industry is really, really something that the ATU does well. But like everything, it can always improve. There's an opportunity probably happening in 2023 which wouldn't have been open to the IoTs or the ITs before this, which is back to needs-led innovation. So in University of Galway, they have the BioInnovate programme, which has been extremely successful. There will be a call coming out next year, and the ATU will be very well positioned, I think, to figure out, as part of the transition, Kieran, what is the sector that you want to hang your hat on to come in and apply for funding under that needs-based innovation. That will be a game changer for the region if we can get it right. And there'll be a lead time to that, so let's all again work together to do that. Because we are all here really to try and improve and encourage and then keep our graduates in the region, etc. So I'll leave it to Allan.
In a past role, I worked for IDA Ireland, and on site visits, certainly into Letterkenny IT as it was, and Sligo IT, there was a reputation there that they could pivot very quickly and support industry very quickly. And a lot of those companies that would be here may have been in Berlin the week before or somewhere else looking where they would set up their headquarters. And that opportunity to work with a university or an IT at that stage willing to pivot quickly was really important and won a lot of small, really important companies for the region. I hope, and I'd imagine that's going to continue, that level of flexibility can still be there. And the second thing I'll add is, back to one of your points earlier, I often say to my staff, getting counties to take off their Gaelic jerseys is one of our biggest challenges, because everybody wants to know what's in it for Donegal, what's in it for Sligo, what's in it for so on and so forth. The ATU's opportunity is to get all of the stakeholders to change that narrative and to look at this on a much bigger global scale. If we can do that, a lot of what we're all trying to achieve around the same table will become much, much easier. It's not an easy task, but it's certainly the first body that's perfectly placed between industry, between the agencies and academia to make sure we get that right. So hopefully we can grasp that.
John, would you like to add anything? Final words to you? Final words, yeah.
I have nothing more to add to that. I think Allan summed it up really, really well. Imagine though we set ourselves a kind of a challenge. If you think, I mentioned earlier about sometimes there's a disconnect between the kind of supports we have available and the take-up by industry and micro-enterprises in particular, from my perspective. Maybe the challenge is how can we co-design something whereby we're building something that actually meets the needs of micro-enterprises rather than always pushing out what we do and what we can do. So I wonder what that would look like. I'd certainly love to be part of a conversation like that with the ATU.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, wonderful. Thank you very much, Tanya. Thank you, John, Allan, Méabh and Anne-Marie. Thank you.
Thank you to your panellists. Just as a small token or gesture, you have a Donegal pen, so whenever you're sitting in Méabh, you'll think of Donegal. Méabh, close to home, still in your heart.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yvonne.
And then we just 2 wee seconds and we just do. Thank you very much. Kevin, there's one here for you. That's anybody else? Anne-Marie. Just can I hold your attention for just one moment? Can I hold your attention for just one moment? Just to say thank you to everybody. I suppose one thing I would like to do is commend Micheál and Anne and Vicky for taking on initially to kind of create the opportunity for us all to come together, because I think that's the most important thing, is creating the opportunity, because the power of a conversation and the power of actually seeing yes, we have one shared purpose, and I think whenever you talked about Warren, it's finding who's got a stake in it, who stands to benefit from it, and we all stand to benefit by working together and working collaboratively. And I know, John, I had reached out to you because I think that's one of the things that we would like to do because of our geography, and we've already had that conversation, and I'm delighted to see Méabh's covering the west and the northwest. So a lot of the universities are aligning around us. So it's about us as a university finding out what our role is and how we can add value to that whole progression of the region. So thank you all for your time. Thank you all for staying. It's a long day, but it's hugely enjoyable. And we hope that you'll all find something that you can take away and think, how do you work with your colleagues in the region to kind of inspire more entrepreneurs, create that opportunity for innovation, and do keep in touch. This is not a kind of good luck and God bless. We've all done what we needed to do. I think it's only the start of something more powerful that we'll build on across the region. So that will end our live streaming. So thanks to those that have joined us online. We appreciate their commitment to the process as well. But I think the fact that we've got representation from the whole of the university, from Galway-Mayo, Sligo and Donegal, I think would hopefully demonstrate our commitment in terms of the role we play as a region. So again, thank you all, and all the very best for now.